Star Wars Day for the first time ever. You know, and letting our hardworking employees have a little bit of fun at work, and it also let me showcase my Star Wars memorabilia. Now, I realize, you know, these things that I mentioned are all great things, but it's not really what defines us or tells you who we are. The thing that defines us is our connection with each other in the community. You see it at our high school football games and our basketball games, Go Cougars, which we'll hear about here in a second. You see it during the 4th of July and our Christmas parades, our block parties, and other special events throughout the county. You also see it on this board and how we respect each other, our opinions, and the professionalism and dedication we bring to our individual districts as well as the county as a whole. As many of you know, I mean, I was born and raised here in San Joaquin County. I'm a third-generation resident. My daughters are fourth generation. You know, I was taught what it means to be a resident of this county, the love for San Joaquin County, and the pride of being a resident here. We learn it from our family, our neighborhood, and our community, and in our schools. This county is something special. We are special in the way we come together in a time of crisis, the way we come together to celebrate, and the way we come together to get things done. You know, I'm very blessed to be in the position and have an opportunity to give back to my community. This county has given me so much, more than I could repay in several lifetimes. In reality, nothing has changed except my title as chair. My goals hasn't changed, and that is to work with my colleagues and my community to accomplish great things for San Joaquin County. So in the weeks, months, and years to come, I look forward to working together with our new chairman, sitting to my right, all the board members, our cities, our staffs, our employee, and most importantly, you, the residents of San Joaquin County, to create a great future for all San Joaquin County residents. As I've said many times in the past, together we can make it happen. So thank you, and may God bless you, San Joaquin County, and the United States of America. Thank you. Oh, my mouse here. All right, my mouse isn't working here, so somebody wants to say a few.
So, Mr. Chairman, I believe a motion is in order.
We're doing that right now. So before we take actually, you are correct. We're going to do elections of officers. So why don't you go ahead?
I've been right once today already.
Yeah, you have.
That's okay. I'd also like to thank Mrs. Karen Rickman for all of her assistance when you were chairman. I say that just when you get home tonight, you get in trouble because I mentioned her and you didn't. I love it. So a motion is in order at this point, and then so I'd like to make a motion that Miguel Villapudua become the next chairman of the Board of Supervisors, and then Mr. Paul Canepa be vice chairman.
I will second that motion, but before we vote, I'd like to say some parting words. I think the supervisor might. On behalf of the district I represent and San Joaquin County, and the privilege that we have to serve many department heads that are here, business leaders. We've got Tom Souza here. We've got some young students in our local high schools that have excelled and proven their excellence and their commitment to accomplishment and the service that we give in the community. This is Supervisor Villapudua and my last year, term limits. It's the structure we have here in San Joaquin County, and it's been an absolute privilege for us. However, we have seen in the years past contention, divisiveness, some malicious behaviors from other board members, and I'm not going to pretend to have innocence. There's things that have happened on the board that we like to oftentimes redo. But I would say that I'd like to compliment Supervisor Rickman in his leadership as chairman this last year and setting a precedent and a great example for incoming and very hardworking Supervisor Ding and Supervisor Canepa, both friends of mine that have come to this board and been an added value asset. But Supervisor Rickman, outgoing chair, as you may be, you've set an amazing example. You've established a structure. You've incorporated the very diverse tapestry of our community into the web of our influence and again, leadership as chairman. So it's been a great precedent, a great example. We're going to have Supervisor Villalpudua as our next chair and Vice Chair Canepa, but I'm really thrilled in my final 2 years to have this board to work together with and the leadership that you've established, the precedent and the continuity going forward. I really want to compliment and let you know how much we respect and appreciate that leadership and that example that you've given us here in San Joaquin County, the friendship to everyone, the open door, the engagement, and constantly calling me up, asking me for advice of how to best handle things has been my privilege to guide and mentor you, that next generation of leader. So, we truly appreciate you, and thank you, Supervisor Rickman. This is obviously to be continued this next year, and I'm looking forward to all that we're going to accomplish together, especially with the leadership of Supervisor Villalpudua coming in. But thank you, Supervisor Rickman.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Patty. And I wanted to give a shout out to my wife, Karen, who's watching here. Thank you for everything that you do, and I love you. And and I've said this before. Being up here as an elected official, you get pulled in a lot of different ways, and you get thrown some barbs your way, and you can't do it without the great family support. For me, with my wife and my 2 daughters. So thank you very much, and I love them all very dearly. So with that, we have a motion on the table. So I'm going to go ahead and vote. And actually,
You may have. I think there's some other people want to speak.
Well, we have. Or I'm still the chair, so we don't have anybody here that's on the. So we'll go ahead and do a vote.
It'll be by roll call vote. Supervisor Canepa?
Yes.
Supervisor Villalpudua?
Yes.
Supervisor Patty?
He's a nice guy. He works hard.
He works hard. He's a nice guy.
Works hard.
Yes.
Supervisor Ding?
Yes.
And Chairman Rickman?
Yes. All right. With that, first of all, congratulations, both of you over here, Chairman and Vice Chair. And I'm going to turn it over to you. I got to do your remarks. You can go down there.
We'll do them now.
Okay. Yeah. No. Hey, I'm going to turn it over to you, Chairman Villalpudua.
Thank you. Okay, I'll do it here. I was gonna change chairs. I was looking for the big chair.
You want to sit here? I'll move. I'll leave all my stuff here and make it.
No, we're good. We're good. We're good.
All right.
I thought we were gonna have to get Sheriff Withrow to.
Sheriff Withrow, we have a problem.
Guy did not want to leave. I'm not kidding you.
You ever see The Wolf of Wall Street?
Well, good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to thank every one of you for being here today. This is my second stint as chairman, and it's a big honor. As Supervisor Patty said, this is our second term and our last year, and this job will change your life. You work 7 days a week, and you're committed to the community. And he and I can both tell you that we devote our life to this job, and we love it, and we're going to miss it. But this year, as chairman, I promise you I'm going to give you my whole heart. I'm going to do everything I can to make this county the best. I've worked with some amazing people. Paul, I'm looking forward to being my vice chair. I love working with you. You have a big heart and you care about the community. You're going to do a great job as chairman next year. Steve, you do an amazing job for your district. You're passionate, you care, and you got a temper that I've never seen. You're ready to go at all times. I love it. I mean, this guy, he'll scare you sometimes. And Tom, what can I say about Tom? The guy is, he's full of fire. He's ready to go at any time. He's passionate about, he's going to be our future mayor, I believe. He's the guy that's just passionate about the city of Stockton and as well as the county. And Tom, I appreciate all your friendship and throughout these years. You've been, as you said, I do call on you sometimes because you always have the best ideas. You care. So thank you. And Chairman Rickman, this guy worked for CHP, and I'm not kidding you. He worked nights. He would call me every night about 11:30 with the funniest stuff you ever heard in your life, and tease me, and we'd have the best laughs. And Bob, you've done a great job for our county as chairman. And, I know I have big shoes to fill. I'm going to do the best I can to live up to your stature. I look forward to working with our sheriff, Pat Withrow. Pat, you do an amazing job for our county. Really appreciate everything you've done for our board. Ron Freitas, our district attorney. I know you, your first year, you've done an incredible job, and everybody's really happy with what you're doing. Our chief of probation, Steve Jackson. I know he's out there somewhere. Thank you for what you do. All our department heads, you guys do an amazing job of making us look good. We care about you so much, and all the employees of San Joaquin County. You guys are just passionate people that really care about the people of San Joaquin County. My wife, Elisa, and my daughter, Taylor, and my son, Nick, I love you guys. Appreciate everything how you put up with my schedule and my life. And the last year, so we're good. My sister Ignacia's here. My brother Armando, I was out there somewhere. My brother Andy. My sister Susie, I love you guys, and I appreciate everything that you've done for my career. My beautiful cousins are here, Alma and Myra. Gracias, primas, for coming. It means a lot. My best friends in the back row, Dan Avoni, Brian Swanson, Tom Souza. I think Dane Rogers is out there somewhere. Gary Sandu. I love all you guys, and appreciate all the support you've given me over the years. And especially one special guest is my chief of staff, Chris Rapay. I don't see Chris anywhere, but there he is. Chris does an amazing job for District 1. And Chris, I love working with you for the last 7 years, and that guy is going to be a future supervisor. He's going to do an amazing job for San Joaquin County. So I'm going to leave it at that, and I appreciate everything. And we're going to go downstairs, and we're going to give Supervisor Rickman a chair, and then we're going to take a 5-minute break. And then and I thank everyone for coming down. We are going to take some pictures after the presentation. So if you can join me down below, we're going to give Supervisor Rickman some accolades. Okay, we're going to start the speeches here. We're going to honor Supervisor Rickman for being chairman of the board. We're going to start with Supervisor Canepa.
For me, it's been an amazing first year. I mean, we've had many more highs than lows. I've been proud to be a part of this team. I've been proud of your leadership for San Joaquin County. I mean, it is absolutely crazy because he would work night shifts for the California Highway Patrol. Now he's retired, so we get him full time. But his commitment to excellence is amazing. He loves the county. He's kind of a control freak because he wouldn't let me go through Tracy. So anytime that I'd have to go through Tracy, I'd have to tell him. And that was kind of the standing joke. So I told him that Stockton was bigger than Tracy anyway, so it's okay. But his passion and his love and his commitment, and his wife also, his wife's commitment to be everywhere. My wife word out your mouth. Yes. So that's the abuse that I put up with on the daily. That's the other part of Robert, a.k.a. Bob. But it's been a joyous first year for me working with these fellas up here. Yes, joyous. Yes. You know, this is the stuff that I get to deal with. But I give it back, so I'm not, you know what I mean, up here. So we do kid, and in all seriousness, we're here for the citizens of our county and, for the employees. So you've done a great job. He did the state of the county in Tracy, which was amazing. So now he set a new bar. And I think the camaraderie that we do have, all kidding aside, I think we all have the county's best interest. I congratulate you on your 1 year, and hopefully you get reelected so that we can spend more time together. But he's done a great job. I'm proud to call him a comrade, and I think this year has been great. So congratulations.
And I was anxious to throw him out, so I already said the very kind words I had to say, and I really have nothing more. So I'll pass on a live mic. And just truly appreciate, but honestly, I want to impress again the true privilege we have working together, and what an honor it is, the two new supervisors and us in our final year to work with the three of you. It's truly been a pleasure, and again, great leadership.
I've been honored. When I was elected, you've been the only chairman here in San Joaquin County I've known. You've done it professionally. You've been a gentleman. You've had the intestinal fortitude to stand up when it needs to be said. And as a county supervisor that represents, other than the city of Lodi, pretty much all county on the north, and Chairman Rickman, a similar district to the south, the only government they have is us. So we have a lot more in common in that way, that we are the first ones they come to. I think you've picked the two nicest guys on the board to be chairman and vice chairman. I expect Chairman Rickman will turn into Jack Reacher next year in enforcement. So you're an absolute gentleman. Your heart's there, and I'm looking forward to the next year. And Paul, I have no. I know you will continue even more so now to read every single word of those agendas before they come out. And we respect you for that. And we appreciate you doing that. So.
Well, thank you for those kind words, Supervisor Ding. Mr. Rickman, Chairman Rickman, former Chairman Rickman, thank you for an incredible year 2023. I present you this board, integrity, service, and commitment for 2023, and wish you all the best, sir.
No, we already said what I was going to say earlier, but I just want to say thank you, everybody, for being here. And again, we all joke, and it's nice that we can joke and have a good time. We can talk about chair, vice chair, but hey, we're all part of a team, and even supervisor Patty. But it's the more than just colleagues, they're our friends. So thank you.
Great. We are going to take a 5-minute break. Okay, and then we're going to take some pictures of my family. Thank you.
I'll catch you later.
Okay, hey, thank you again.
Now I know. Now just message. That's a very good one.
have to make sure you use these. All right, Chairman, lead it off.
Okay. We get You're right there.
Thank you for moving me to the...
I know. We will now close the meeting to order again, once again. Clerk of the board, we have some presentations.
Chairman, this first recognition was requested by District 5 Supervisor Rickman, and this is the recognition of Escalon High School girls basketball team. I would like to invite their assistant coach Brandon Hoover and Captain Sammy Lang, Macy Vickers, and Maddie Babassa to the podium as I read the recognition, which is presented to the Escalon High School 2023 girls basketball team in recognition of your unwavering dedication, exemplary sportsmanship, and exceptional teamwork, achieving remarkable success, proudly earning the distinction of Ben Holt Academy Tournament champions, earning triumphs in the Escalon Lions Club Tournament and the Johansson Girls Tournament, further solidifying your positions as champions. Congratulations and best wishes for future success, presented this January 9th, 2024. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Rachel. Rochelle. They'd like to say a few words?
Hi, I'm Macy Vickers. This is Samantha Lang and Maddie Babassa. Me and Sammy are seniors and Maddie is a sophomore. We were all on varsity last year and we fell short in the semifinal before state. And we had the goal this season of coming back super strong and hoping to win, go as far as we did, if not farther, in the state tournament. Sammy and Maddie are both playing right now. I'm injured right now, so I can't really play. But Sammy and Maddie played in one of our hardest games this last week on Thursday against Riverbank. We fell short to them last year. The past 2 years, we were currently 1-5 against them, and we are now 2-5 against them, winning by 1 point in the game. It was close, but we pulled it out. We have full intentions of going farther than we did last year, and we are proud to represent this district. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't leave yet. Anybody want to say anything? You guys good? All right, I'll put you on the spot. All right, we'll turn it over to, let's start up with there he is, Supervisor Ding.
Well, first off, if you don't believe me, after they want to see your office because they don't believe you're truly a Trekkie. So go in there.
It's Star Wars.
Star Wars Trekkie.
Okay, cut off his mic.
This is how into it I'm. I just want to say congratulations. You made us proud here in San Joaquin County. Good job. Chico State's got an incredible program, by the way.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, former chairman, Supervisor Rickman. Believe it or not, as crazy as this might sound, all of us here once had athletic excellence in our history, which the reason why I bring it up is it's such a formative part of your life. It helps really develop your character, to have a goal and say, oh, we fell up a little short, and that motivated you guys to excel and to reach a new and higher plateau. So congratulations on that. These are great experiences in your life, and we're proud of you representing San Joaquin County and Escalon as well as you have, and to reach the accolades that you have achieved. So we're looking forward to seeing greater things in your lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Vice Chair.
I love it. I want to say congratulations. It's a big honor. You know what? My best friend was a high school girls basketball coach, and I saw the grind you guys go through. Great job, and I look forward to you guys having an amazing future.
Thank you, Chairman. Vice Chair Canepa.
I too want to congratulate you. I mean, it's great to celebrate our youth. That's one of the best parts of this job. So it's always great to see young and upcoming women and goals like you've set. I think that's huge. So thank you and Happy New Year.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Congratulations. You know, I've heard from Escalon and what a great team you had, and you know, I saw it on social media, your achievements. You know, the great teamwork, and you know, you make Escalon proud. You guys, the city of Escalon is just a stalwart for champions, and you know, you join a long list of, you know, students that excel and make your city proud and uphold the traditions of Escalon and here in San Joaquin County. So we are proud of you here in San Joaquin County. Thank you very much for being here. If you would join us here real quick, I'm going to take a quick photo.
Next, we have the recognition of the Escalon High School varsity football team, also requested by District 5 Supervisor Rickman. I would like to ask the captains Ryan Lewis, Donovan Rosevink, Jamin Miller, Anthony Jones, and Gio Chavez to come to the podium as I read this recognition. Presented to the Escalon High School 2023 school varsity football team in recognition of your unwavering dedication, exemplary sportsmanship, and exceptional teamwork, achieving remarkable success, boasting a season record of 12-2, and securing the titles of league champions, division champions, and runner-up in the CIF state competition. Furthermore, earning the prestigious distinction of being named the Cal High Sports #1 small school team in the state of California. Congratulations and best wishes for your future successes. Presented this January 9th, 2024. Supervisor Rickman?
Thank you, Rochelle, and thank you all for being here. You guys want to say a few words?
Yes. My name is Anthony Jones. This is junior Ryan Lewis, senior quarterback Donovan Rosevink, Jamin Miller, running back, middle linebacker Giovanni Chavez, right guard. Ryan Lewis was our defensive player of the year. Donovan, our league MVP. Jamin Miller, our first league running back, second team offense, middle linebacker. Giovanni Chavez, second team all section for linemen. I got second team all league. So starting off with this year, we had a lot of away games due to our renovation of our stadium. That was challenging in and of itself, but I believe we overcame. Buchanan and Windsor, two really big games that we won. Oakdale, that was a big rivalry game. I'm glad we were able to get that. Looking forward to watching those games the next years. Ryan is our freshman starter, so he's a junior. He's going to be playing them again next year. Looking forward to watching that. In Hillmar, I was out for those games. Unfortunately, I was out with an injury, but I got the honor to watch these four guys go out there and show them what Escalon was about. I believe we do pride ourselves on hard work and toughness a lot. I know we aren't like the most athletic or the biggest team, but we get the job done and do what we do. That's what.
Just win, baby, right?
Yeah, just one.
No, thank you, guys. I want to turn it over to our board here real quick. I want to start with Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Supervisor Rickman. I'd like to ask clerk of the board, what was the accolade, the small team something? What was that? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Was the Cal High Sports #1 small school team in the state of
#1 small school team. So that just, it made me laugh because there's an old saying, there are no small roles, there's only small actors. So not one single win is small. the effort, the time, the energy that put in you guys, that commitment, and to reach the goals that you've all achieved individually and together as a team is a real great accomplishment in your lives. We thank you for that, recognize you, and appreciate it. But there's no small anything. You guys are giants in amongst the men, the young men that you compete against. So we appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Petty. Supervisor Ding.
I just want to say congratulations. Live in the moment, enjoy your time, but always just continue to fight and do the best you can. But enjoy your life. You're in high school, you should have some fun too.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding. Vice Chair Canepa.
I want to congratulate you also, and thank you for coming down to be with us. It means a lot for us to be able to honor folks, and especially in Supervisor Rickman's district. So thank you and congratulations, and good luck on your futures.
Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to say congratulations, guys. High school football is the best. I wish I could go back. You're having the time of your life right now. You don't realize it. You're going to remember these days the rest of your life. So congratulations and have an incredible future.
Thank you, Chairman. And again, congratulations. And the championship, the section game was what, Patterson, right?
Yes.
And I mean, that was, you know, I was at an event, a meeting I had to be at, so I couldn't be at the game, but I was following it on Twitter, Escalon Times, and here, you know, I'm at an event, and you're supposed to be paying attention the whole time. I have my cell phone. I guess I shouldn't say this with the news camera here, but you have my cell phone getting the play-by-play what's going on over in Escalon. I mean, that's the most, what's the word am I looking for here? Oh, I can't think of it here, but the tapestry, but just nerve-wracking. That's the word. I'm most of the nerve-wracking. What you guys did at the very end, instead of playing it safe, going for the field goal, going for the 2-point conversion, and winning the game, it was just exceptional. Your football program is exceptional. You all are exceptional. You have such a high standard in Escalon and what people expect, and you guys fulfilled that. And you did your city proud as well as Hamilton County. So it's something that you're going to carry with you for the rest of your life, this accomplishment. So again, congratulations to all of you and your whole entire team. And you would like to join us up front here real quick?
Next, we have the proclamation of January 16th, 2024 as Religious Freedom Day in San Joaquin County. This was also requested by District 5 Supervisor Rickman, and I would like to invite Reverend Dwight Williams to the podium as I read the proclamation. Whereas in San Joaquin County, we maintain that everyone has a right to their own beliefs and the exercise thereof, and fully respect all places of worship, including churches, gurdwaras, mosques, synagogues, temples, and more. And whereas there was a time when our own citizens lacked religious freedom, prompting Thomas Jefferson to write the Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom in 1777, which was passed in 1786, asserting that civil rights do not depend on religious beliefs, and what a person thinks is no business of the government, thereby guaranteeing the right of citizens to worship freely. And whereas Article 18 of the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights, established in 1948, says all people have the right to their own beliefs, to have a religion, have no religion, or to change it at any time. And whereas in 1993, Religious Freedom Day was enacted by then President of the United States, George H. Bush, to promote peace and acceptance and to show support for people in our country and throughout the world who still suffer harassment, violence, and death for their beliefs. And whereas faith is an integral part of the daily lives of countless people who have come together to serve their local communities, such as San Joaquin County's own Tracy Interfaith Ministry, which provides food, clothing, and much more to those in need throughout the collaborative efforts of local churches. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of San Joaquin County does hereby proclaim January 16, 2024 as Religious Freedom Day in San Joaquin County and encourages the members of our community to observe this day with remembrance, appropriate ceremonies, and activities to express gratitude for our own support to those still left. Passed and adopted this 9th day.
Thank you, Rochelle. Reverend, I'm going to turn it over to you. Say a few words.
Thank you, Supervisor Rickman, members of the Board of Supervisors, Chairman Valapudua, Vice Chair Canepa, past Chair Rickman, and to each of you. There is no greater diversity of tapestry than the freedom of religion. Religion gives purpose and passion to all of the social work that is done in our various communities. A bedrock of our institutions, of our freedoms, and it is a driver and a motivation for what we do. I am honored and privileged being a lifelong resident of San Joaquin County, being in public ministry for well over 40 years. I started when I had hair. And you see me now with no hair, but it is a commitment of a lifestyle of public service, serving those who are less fortunate, those who have been challenged with economic dislocation, housing to food insecurities, people of faith, religious leaders across different belief systems, all universally share the belief of trying to make our communities a better place. Humbly accept this. Thank you, Supervisor Rickman, for this submission of recognition on behalf of all people, all ministries, regardless of denomination or faith, across the various genres of belief. Say I personally and publicly.
Thank you, Reverend, for being here, and thank you for all you do, not just for the city of Stockton, but for the entire county of San Joaquin, and we appreciate everything you do. So I'm going to turn it over to, let's start with our chairman.
Well, Pastor, I want to thank you for coming to say a few words regarding religion, and thank you for what you do for the community in all religions. We're all, I'm a Catholic, and we all do our best to honor our religion, how we do it, and thank you for coming to say a few words.
Thank you, Chair. Vice Chair.
Thanks, Dwight, for coming today. I think this is the bedrock for our society. I mean, is religious freedom and being able to worship who you want when you want without any persecution, I think was what makes our country great. So thank you. I applaud this because I think nowadays, I think that we need that. The moral fabric is obviously in faith and faith-based community organizations. And I think they're the people that, do a lot of the work that we as a county sometimes can't, so they fill the gaps, and I appreciate what you do in the community, so thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Supervisor Ding.
Dwight, I mean this with all the love in my heart, and you know that. You're much prettier now without hair than you were in high school with hair. I've known you for close to 50 years. You've always walked the walk. You're everywhere in this community as an example. Leading services. I think religious expression really became public during COVID when government forces met the church. And did you have the right to assemble? So thank you for standing up for what you believe. Thank you for being a friend, and thank you for walking the walk. Love you, brother.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Supervisor Rickman. Dwight, we've known you, myself and Supervisor Ding, known you since high school, and to have you here representing religious freedom, it is actually and truly the bedrock of our civilization. It gives us great moral guidelines to build a civil society upon. And currently you see religious persecution around the world and bias even in our own country. So we need to speak up, stand out, and proud that you are one of our local bishops and religious leaders, and one that every year you assemble and put together a forum and a support network for our local religious leaders, so that they know that while they carry the burden and the message that comes to the community, we also know that we listen to them, and we know that they have our support for all that they give. So thanks for being a great leader, and thanks for being here today to take this recognition.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty, and again, Reverend, thank you for being here. Every year since I was mayor of Tracy, I brought this forward. And one of the reasons being to remind people how important religious freedom is. I'm a man of faith, and it's something that binds me and my family. It's something that's very, very important to me. But just want to remind everyone that more than 2 centuries ago, the founders of our nation sought to protect religious freedom that inherently belongs to every human being. Now the responsibility falls to our generation to preserve that right, and to work together for the day when all people can worship freely and in peace, and that the public and private expression of our faith in God through prayer is fundamental and is a part of our American heritage. And as Supervisor Ding mentioned, during COVID, when the state of California shut down our churches and prohibited people from going to church to pray, it's something that I don't think anybody in this room would ever thought would or think that would happen, but it did. And it took 5 United States Supreme Court cases to make California open up the doors to our churches. So the American government is not free to disregard the First Amendment in times of crisis. At a minimum, that amendment prohibits government officials from treating religious exercises differently from comparable secular activities. So I think it's important to everybody to remember, the great rights that we have here in the First Amendment that protects this fundamental right that we have. So, Reverend, thank you very much again, and if you would please join me up front.
Next we have the proclamation of Human Trafficking Awareness and Prevention Month in San Joaquin County, January 2024. This was requested by District Attorney Ron Fraser. I'd like to invite down as I read the proclamation. Whereas the Department of Justice's October 2023 release of statistics reveal the grim reality of increasing incidents of human trafficking, noting that prosecutions more than doubled from 2011 to 2021. And whereas anyone can become a victim of trafficking, victims come from every background, race, gender, sexual orientation, immigration status, and economic position. And whereas the San Joaquin County District Attorney's Office plays a vital role in combating human trafficking by providing essential services through San Joaquin County Family Justice Center, Victim Witness Division, prosecution, and investigation. And whereas the dedicated team at San Joaquin County District Attorney's Office works tirelessly to offer comprehensive support, resources, and assistance to victims of human trafficking, fostering an environment of empowerment and healing. And whereas collaboration within San Joaquin County extends beyond the District Attorney's Office with a county-wide effort through the San Joaquin County End It Alliance. And whereas the San Joaquin County District Victim Services Units has assembled the End It Alliance, comprising of valuable partners such as Prevail, San Joaquin County Office of Education, Community Medical Center, Probation Department, Without Permission, Law Enforcement, Child Abuse Prevention Council, and numerous others, demonstrating a collective commitment to eradicating human trafficking. And whereas through this collaborative effort, the End It Alliance aims to raise awareness, prevent human trafficking, and provide a unified response that involves education, advocacy, and support for survivors. And whereas San Joaquin County is striving to become a place where human trafficking does not exist, where people have opportunities available to them, and where all people are treated as fully human and worthy of freedom and a supportive community. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of San Joaquin County is hereby proclaimed January 2024 as Human Trafficking Awareness and Prevention Month in San Joaquin County, and confirms its commitment to victim services and criminal justice response to the crime of human trafficking throughout the year, and to express sincere gratitude and appreciation for those community members, victim service providers, and criminal justice professionals who are committed to ending human trafficking. Passed and adopted this 9th day of January 2024. Chairman Villapudua.
Thank you, Michelle. Dear Freitas, I want to thank you for bringing this forward, and I appreciate everything you're doing for victims of human trafficking. It's a serious issue that you have stepped out of your way to help everyone who are suffering from this horrible offense. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Chairman Villapudua. Congratulations on your appointment. Vice Chairman Canepa, congratulations. Thank you for this opportunity. Assistant County Administrator Regalo, welcome today, and Board of Supervisors. The proclamation says I brought this forward, but I am really just one member of a great team. Can we take a second to have my team join me here today for the proclamation,
yes,
please?
Yes, please come forward.
What? While we have seen so much in the news nationally and worldwide about human trafficking, we'd like to emphasize not only is human trafficking a worldwide issue or something that we see in the movies, it is something that is right here in San Joaquin County. And by having this recognition, by having Human Trafficking Awareness and Prevention Month, we take it out of the dark and bring it into the light. We bring awareness so that we can take effective action to end human trafficking in San Joaquin County, which is absolutely our goal. At this time globally, there are 27.6 million victims of human trafficking. And we're working very hard in San Joaquin County in a three-pronged approach to see that we can do everything we can not only to bring awareness, but to serve the victims of human trafficking and prosecute those individuals that are responsible. First off, we have a countywide organization, that the Human Trafficking Task Force, that has great organizational support, and we have amazing partners like the clerk of the board was pointing out, with the County Office of Education, Community Medical Centers, Child Abuse Prevention Council, Prevail, the Children's Home, Law Enforcement, and the Probation Office. We have great events like the End It Summit, where we coordinate all of our efforts bringing awareness so that we can work to end this abhorrent scourge upon our communities. Secondly, the District Attorney's Office works very, very hard with the victims, with our two award-winning organizations. Our victim witness advocates for those individuals who are already in the system, and we are working to see that their cases are prosecuted, getting them the help and resources that they need so that they can regain their dignity and continue on their lives. And our Family Justice Center, which is also the only organization countywide serving all victims, whether they're taken as we find them, whether they're in the system or out of the system, getting them resources. Third portion of this, also, the Family Justice Center and our victim witnesses would also, I'd like to highlight some great events that they're working on. In addition to the follow-up services, the restraining orders, the counseling, the restitution that we find, we have, and we invite you all to attend our Empowerment Day, where we bring the victims of human trafficking into the District Attorney's Office and the Family Justice Center, and we give them services, just small things that change their lives. New wardrobe, a haircut, a manicure, counseling, job services, things that absolutely change their lives and restore the dignity that has been taken away from them. But last but not least, I am the district attorney, and as the chief law enforcement officer, I am very proud of our prosecution team. As the proclamation said, we've doubled the amount of prosecutions that we've had in our county. And very soon, we are going to be bringing to you a joint letter. That would be the sheriff and chief of probation, Chief Jackson, Sheriff Withrow, and we're going to be asking to form a human trafficking task force for enforcement that's going to combine our county, state, and federal resources, such as Homeland Security, so that all of us can work together and best end this problem in San Joaquin County going forward. So, human trafficking is not just a worldwide problem. It's a problem right here in San Joaquin County. And human trafficking is not just a month in San Joaquin County, but it's a year-long, every single day effort to not only bring awareness, but to bring prevention. So I ask you now for three things. First off, you can show your support by wearing blue, which is a way of recognizing awareness of this. And thank you, Supervisor Patty, got the memo. But by wearing blue shows that you're in support of our efforts and bringing awareness to this very important issue. Second off, more information is available at the District Attorney's website at sjc.gov. And last but not least, this is a community effort. So if you see something, if you hear something, say something so that we can take action and make change in our community and end human trafficking in San Joaquin County. Thank you.
Thank you for that speech. I want to thank your team. I've toured many of your sites, and Leslie, you do an amazing job. All of you guys do. I appreciate what you guys do for the citizens of San Joaquin County and this horrible human trafficking. I'm going to ask my fellow supervisors to say a few words. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman, and great to see you, Dave Freitas, and your whole team. Thank you for being here today. I mean, the education side of it, and letting people know exactly what human trafficking is, and that it does and can occur here in San Joaquin County, and also your support for the survivors of human trafficking. One thing that I remember going to a human trafficking from the district attorney's office is them playing a tape of a female who was calling law enforcement 911, and just a panic in her voice, and she doesn't know exactly where she is. She kind of does, and she's just terrified that her assailant's going to be walking through the door any moment, and that's the reality of it. And like you mentioned, we have had cases here in San Joaquin County, and it's nice to know that we have a district attorney, that being you and your whole team behind you, that has a zero tolerance, and that you have shown in different aspects of crime, for example, fentanyl, that if you commit these horrifying acts here in San Joaquin County, we are going to prosecute you, and we're going to throw you in prison for as long as the law allows. So again, thank you for all you do, and thank you for all your team and your hard work. Appreciate it. God bless.
Thank you, Supervisor Rickman. And I would be remiss not to also recognize that we have our private partners, such as the McDonald's in our community. They carry the blue light also to bring awareness to this issue, and they are sanctuary zones, just like you pointed to. So if someone is a victim of human trafficking right now, they can go to McDonald's, their employees are trained, and they can be rescued if they cannot dial 911 and reach those other resources. But this is a very important community effort that if we see something, if we hear something, we have to say something and do something.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, Supervisor Rickman's correct. I mean, listening to those videotapes and the recordings and experiencing, just becoming aware is something you wouldn't know unless you're exposed to this, and that's it's a tragedy that's unfolding around us in so many people's lives. I'd like to recognize District Attorney Freitas for leading. It's not what we're doing, it's what more we can do. And each and every one of you in that commitment here in San Joaquin County to step up, to serve, to reach out, to expand not only the services, but the outreach, the awareness, the integration into our community. So that's, some of our youth that are here now can go back to high school and just expose this evil and hopefully prevent as much as possible. We're all family people. We know that the youth is the future of our community, and we need people to be healthy and strong and safe within our community. And we have entrusted, and we thank District Attorney Freitas for leading the charge, and your very committed, highly competent, capable staff, the dedication, the passion and compassion that you each offer. So thank you, and thank you to our District Attorney's Office, each and every one of you. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Supervisor Pat.
Supervisor Dane.
Thank you. Thank you, District Attorney Freitas. Just like the fentanyl crisis, you've done a great job with the public relations campaign there. It's been killing our kids for years, and it's just absolutely shocking to find out how many people still didn't know. And the same holds true with this campaign. Human slavery in the world it's more prevalent now than when slavery was legal. California is the #1 state in the nation for human trafficking, and we're right there on the transportation corridor. I didn't know that about McDonald's. That's good to know. If you have something, what do you do? That's something easy that everybody can do. But thank you. And just one other side note, since we're dealing with the homeless situation in San Joaquin County, and everybody seems to have an opinion on how to solve it. One of the things the people do need to understand that, it's not all criminals in the camps. It's not all people that are, just down on their luck. There's a criminal element down there that is trafficking women. And it's a great place to hide them. You've got women that are coming out of the homeless camps giving birth, and you would think they would feel safer, but they're returning to these same camps because they actually feel safer, or they're afraid there. So there's a lot to do there. Thank you very much for everything you do, and we do need to shine a light on this.
Vice Chair Campa.
Thank you. I think last year we talked about it too, is giving victims a voice. And that's, I think, the biggest part of it. And through education, I think, we all celebrate the Super Bowl, and they say the Super Bowl is probably one of the worst locations. Now this year it's in Las Vegas, and all these people go and pimp out women. And it's just sad, and it's just part of our society that people, are okay with, and they shouldn't be. And I don't know if you could spot, like Thursday is the End It Summit at Cabral Center. I don't know. I have it on my calendar for all day, but it's education. And like you said, the Schrader family locally, you wondered what the blue lights meant, whether it was law enforcement. So like Supervisor Ding, thank you for sharing that, because I think that's huge. Because I think if we get that information out there, there's McDonald's everywhere. And somebody to have an outlet to go and get help and have somebody trained. And that's a great idea. And I think it's great that they train their employees. Because a lot of times people don't understand what to look for. So it's education, it's outreach, it's community partnerships, and that's the other thing, because us as a county don't have enough of the resources, so we rely on community partnerships. So I want to thank everybody here for being part of it and educating folks in our county. So thank you.
Vice Chairman Canova, you hit the ball out of the park. This happens because people believe that our victims do not have a voice, and we only do not let them have a voice if we allow that to happen. We are obviously a much more organized, stronger organization, and by us making a conscious effort to giving victims our voice and showing that they matter, do we make a difference. Thank you for bringing that out.
May I have the board come down and join us for a picture, please? Can I have Chief Jackson and Sheriff Withrow please come down and join us for a picture? Come on down, guys. You want to say something? I wasn't sure. Did you want to say something? Okay. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, take control. Okay.
And they do want to recognize this year, first population since Rickman on the first three. Yes, we did.
Hey, Happy New Year, everyone. Let's all get closer. We all love our DA, right? Let's get it. Let's get it closer, closer, closer. Chief Jackson? Okay, perfect. I think we're good. Nala. Thank you, Nala. Perfect. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Miguel, you're now in the middle. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We're taking a break? Yeah, I think so. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. Thank you. Yeah. I agree. Yeah, don't be good. It's just. We now call this meeting to order. At this moment, we'll have public comment. And now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda and minutes, consent calendar, and closed session items. We request that you fill out a comment form if you address the board in person. There's a limit of 3 minutes for these comments. There's a device at the podium with a yellow and green light. The yellow light will come on 30 seconds before the end of the 3 minutes. With regards to public comment, the law strictly limits the ability of board members to discuss matters not on the agenda. So this is not an appropriate time to have discussion with the board members regarding your comments. We ask that you refrain from personal attacks during your comments and that you address all comments to the Board of Supervisors, not to the audience. Comments from the public may not reflect the viewpoint of the Board of Supervisors. Please state your name when you approach the podium. Our first speaker today is Melanie Knott.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chairman Villaputa, congratulations on your new appointment as chairman.
Thank you very much.
Board of Supervisors and members of the board, I'm Melanie Knott. I'm a concerned citizen of San Joaquin County. First of all, welcome back from the holiday break and Happy New Year to you all. First, I would like to give a shout out to District Attorney Ron Freitas for bringing forth the proclamation of Human Trafficking Awareness and Prevention Month in San Joaquin County. This issue is modern day slavery. I just wanted to bring other vital information to continue along the lines of awareness and calls to actions we all can take. It's been mentioned before, but if you haven't mustered up the courage to watch the movie Sound of Freedom, the true story of Tim Ballard, a CIA operative who fearlessly fights against and shines a spotlight on child sex trafficking. What are you waiting for? Go to website link angel.com for all streaming options for Sound of Freedom. Human trafficking, especially child sex trafficking, is a horrible reality in our country and very prevalent in the state of California and around the world. The Biden administration's Department of Health and Human Services has recently reported to have lost 85,000 unaccompanied alien children at the border from severely lacking vetting procedures within their immigration policies. Unacceptable. We must do better. The Bible in Luke 17:2 says, "It were better for him that a millstone were hung about his neck than that he should offend or harm one of these little ones." A quote from the movie The Sound of Freedom is, "God's children are not for sale. So together, let's resolve to write letters and or call our legislators, Congress members, and tell them, close the border." I'd also like to give a shout out to Supervisor Rickman for the proclamation of January 16th as Religious Freedom Day here in San Joaquin County. A founding father, Noah Webster, said, "The religion which has introduced civil liberty is the religion of Christ. This is genuine Christianity, and this we owe our free constitutions of government." Lastly, I'll close with this. Election fraud still exists. The San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors has jurisdiction to act. We can change this thing. Thank you.
Thank you,
Have a
Melanie.
great day. God bless.
Thank you. Our next speaker is it Carla? Okay, thank you. Okay.
Good morning. So now I'm going to butcher your name, so congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And congratulations, Paul. And thank you for this opportunity. So it's funny, Melanie and I did not talk, but that's what I'm going to talk about today too. So interesting enough, Sound of Freedom came out. It was limited release in the United States. It had only hit 3,900 screens, but it was number 10 in the box office as far as profit goes. Now, it was released worldwide, but that's interesting that a very little publicized movie made it within the top 10. So one thing that Melody didn't talk about, so if you're in the mall or anywhere and a child hits your hand, that is the notice that they're being kidnapped. And you need to grab that child away and walk the other way, because the kidnapper is not going to do anything, especially in a public place. But you need to know that, and especially if they go like this, that's what's happening. So just be aware, and I'm going to look into seeing that Friday thing at the Cabral Center and see if I can get into that. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Okay, I believe public comment is now closed. Moving on to the consent calendar, and I'll start from my right. I'm going to pull out item number 27. Supervisor Dean, would you like to pull anything? None? Supervisor Dean?
Acting County Administrator, I don't need to pull anything off of that. Should I pull the one grant on handicap accessibility just as a discussion how it differs from the security, or just leave it alone?
Sorry about that. Supervisor Ding, through the chair. It's the one that I think you're speaking of is on discussion number 3, which is approve and authorize the Registrar of Voters to execute the Help America Vote Act grant agreement with the state for the polling place accessibility training program.
Oh, that's in the discussion,
It
not
is
the
already
consent.
a discussion
All right,
item.
thank you.
You're good. Supervisor Canepa.
No, I have nothing to pull. I do want to thank interim or standing Ms. Regalo for helping me. Just so people don't think that I'm not reading my agenda, I do read it, and then I get briefed on Monday, so I don't pull a bunch of items. So I just wanted to say thank you for your time that you spend with me.
Very welcome.
Supervisor Patty.
I'm going to pull items 1 through 30, please.
I love it.
Actually, I'll just pull item number 30. I'd like the sheriff to come on down and give a little,
okay.
share some information. Thanks.
Okay, we're going to start with item number 27. Is DA Freitas, sir? Okay. Sheriff, would you please, wait for, here comes Ron. Item number 27 is retroactively adopt a resolution to accept a grant award for the amount of $100,000 to the Family Justice Center from the Kaiser Foundation Hospital for the Community Benefit Program at the East Bay Community Foundation for the period of January 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2024. DA Freitas.
Thank you, Chairman Villaputa, Vice Chairman Canepa, Assistant County Administrator Regalo, and members of the board. Kaiser could not be here today, but they're very busy taking care of the sick and the injured, otherwise they would be here. But this is a very fantastic thing. They're one of our largest donors to the Family Justice Center. This is the second year we received the $100,000 grant, and we get to do amazing things with this. I know you're tired of hearing me talk, so our director from the Family Justice Center, Alexis Wilbur, is here to tell you all about it.
Thank you.
If she may.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having us today. My name is Alexis Wilbur. I'm the program manager of the San Joaquin County Family Justice Center, led by the District Attorney's Office. As you know, we're a collaborative model that helps victims of human trafficking, domestic violence, and sexual assault with our partnerships throughout the county all under one roof, so victims don't have to travel all over the place. Today, I'm thrilled to announce that we have once again received $100,000 from the Kaiser Foundation Hospital Fund for Community Benefit Programs hosted by the East Bay Community Foundation. This is going to allow us to continue our efforts in adverse childhood experience, also known as ACEs, education, as well as pay for free mental health for any youth who has experienced trauma and any adult who is a victim of one of the 6 categories that we cover. We accomplish this through partnerships with Child Abuse Prevention Council and El Concilio, and they have trained trauma clinicians that are able to see our victims that walk through our door. We're able to provide this regardless of insurance status, and they're seen very quickly. In addition, they can also have Nala sit in during counseling sessions, which is our facility dog, and we really want to make sure that the clinicians that we use are trained and ready to act. In addition, this grant money is also going to allow us to focus on gun violence prevention, specifically related to domestic violence, to ensure that victims know what their rights are and how they can best help themselves. We're committed to breaking generational cycles of violence and trauma, which statistically has shown to have a lasting impact on people. And I would like to take a moment to thank the board for their support of the Family Justice Center. We couldn't do it without you guys being a county-run program, and also thank District Attorney Ron Freitas for his support. It takes a village and it takes a collaborative effort to do the work that we do, and we wouldn't be able to do it without you all. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I've toured your facility, and I want to thank Kaiser for donating the money, and what you're doing in your facility is just amazing. Truly remarkable work, and I've sent you a couple of people, and they're so ecstatically happy.
Also, Alexis didn't brag it up, but she's also impaneled the first board for our 501c3 that we ever had, and that our own Gina Calder is one of our board members that we're very excited to have her and her support. And I think they have some great announcements that are coming forward. But we're very excited with what the Family Justice Center is doing. We're very appreciative of Kaiser's help with this, and we urge you to approve this matter.
Absolutely. Any other board member would like to comment? Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is number 30, Supervisor Patty, approve an out-of-state travel and related expenses for Sheriff's Office personnel to attend hazardous devices certification training between February 19, 2024 and March 29, 2024, an amount of $11,892. Sheriff Woodrow.
Yes.
Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted our sheriff to come on down and share the ongoing efforts that you take for public safety, keeping our deputies and our all of throughout the entire department and for public safety up to the highest standards. So maybe just share with us this item and its utility, please.
Absolutely, sure. First of all, congratulations to the chair and vice chair.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a course that our guys, when we can, regularly go to. It's actually a course that we're having trouble throughout the state and the nation getting officers to, and they go there back. They go back east and learn how to deal with explosive devices, and all throughout the state we're having a lot of trouble with that. And we are actually, our explosive unit, our bomb unit, is help covering the mountain communities right now too, the counties up through the mountain areas, because they can't get their guys into this course. So we're very fortunate to be able to get a few of our staff in there, and they do just an amazing job. And mostly they go unsung. You don't hear about what they do. They've recently come out and had to deal with a very severe, dangerous situation in Lodi, right in the middle of the city, and deal with some explosive material there. And then we had a pipe bomb that we had to go up to Ione and help them out with, because they didn't have a team to be able to handle it. And so they go all over the place. Personally, I wouldn't want to get near any of those explosive devices. I'd much rather have people shooting at me than walk up to a bomb. But these guys are amazing and well-trained, and thanks to you guys and the budget that you give us, we have the tools that we need to keep them safe and our public safe. And so we're blessed to be able to go to this class, and we're more than happy to help our surrounding agencies until they can get people to the class. And so it's a great opportunity for us.
Question for you, Sheriff. When they come back and having gotten a certification,
yes,
So I guess they couldn't necessarily teach others. They have to go there to be certified to do it.
Absolutely, yeah. This and a lot of other of our things we can do that. We can train the trainers and then come back and do that and save a lot of money that way, and many of the different skills that we need. But this is one that is regulated by the federal government, and you have to be trained by their folks. And because it is so dangerous, and especially what's going on with our world today, that all the different chemicals that are involved and things that can happen, and it's amazing the training you get there, the skill set that they develop, and so yeah, this is one they absolutely have to go back there and get certified.
How many team members do we have that are specialists when it relates to deactivating and dealing with explosive devices?
Well, we have a sergeant and about, I think, 5 or 6 guys on our unit right now, and I don't know how many we have waiting to get that certification. The other ones still show up on scene. It really takes the entire team to show up because we have robots that we use to go in and check out devices when we can do that. We sometimes have to use the robot to move it to a location that's safer, to either detonate it there or transport it someplace else. So the ones that aren't certified can be there as support groups to help move that equipment and that type of stuff. And then the other agencies, they all work collaboratively together in this. And so each agency has their own folks here within San Joaquin County that are trained in this, and they all work together on it.
Excellent. Well, again, thank you. I wanted to capture and share, feature what you guys are doing and the continued dedication to protecting the public here in our county.
I appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we're going to close the consent calendar and make a motion to get approved.
Motion to approve consent.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Can we have a vote, please? Okay, the consent calendar is adopted 5-0. County Council, we're going to move closed session to after the meeting, if that's okay.
That's fine. We may have something to report out, but we can certainly move it.
Okay, great. Thank you. And moving on to our 9 a.m. scheduled morning public item. OME conduct public hearing and approve fee revisions for the Office of the Medical Examiner effective January 9, 2024. Greg, good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Villaputa, members of the Board of Supervisors. Yes, the Office of Medical Examiner is proposing 6 fee rate changes. This Board of Supervisors established the Office of Medical Examiner in July of 2019, transitioning from the prior sheriff coroner model. We were able to finally staff up and assume all on-scene death calls as of January of 2022. But we've never brought a fee hearing after the Office of Medical Examiner has been established. We've been relying upon the prior sheriff coroner fees. And this spring we engaged with the Auditor Controller's Office to go through a methodology to look at our cost-based fees. Unfortunately, we did not complete that in time to have this as part of the overall fee hearing as part of the budget process. But the office or the accountant ACO office is proposing certain fee increases, and we have actually 6 fees. They're proposing changes in 5 of those. But given certain dynamics with the fees, the Office of Medical Examiner is not recommending the full cost amount for these. So I'll go through the 6 fees as listed. We have a body removal fee. That is taking a decedent from the field to the Office of Medical Examiner. It's a third-party firm that we use. We're actually increasing the fee, but not to the rate as calculated by the Auditor Controller's Office, looking at a fee to be established at $427. That is generally a fee that is then charged to the estate of the decedent. We have an autopsy fee that is going up significantly, but this is we're proposing to do what the Auditor Controller has calculated as our cost basis. I would say nobody actually pays these fees. This is a cost of our doing business, if you will. We do charge that, I guess, in 2 cases. If the California Correctional Health Facility has a autopsy we perform, or if there's one done for San Joaquin General Hospital. If we do a courtesy one for another jurisdiction, it's generally a courtesy item. We do investigations. That is a fee that we are asking to have at the same level that the auditor controller has proposed. It's actually a decrease. This is only done for the correctional health facility, the prison system, if they have a death in custody. The next item is a next of kin report. It's currently zero. It is calculated at $100. We're proposing to keep it as zero as a courtesy for the single report to the next of kin for the decedent. Other report, which is basically that same report offered to others. The current fee is $25. The auditor controller had it estimated at $114. We're asking to keep that at $25. And then there's a new body storage fee, and this faces the public administrator's office or other estates. After we've performed the autopsy and ready to release it, it's kind of an inducement to have that body released in a timely fashion. It would not be charged until after 5 days, and we have a policy and procedure to actually waive that as well. So that's the extent of the 6 fees we're looking to have established at this point in time. And I'd be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Any questions from the board? I see none at this moment. Oh, Supervisor Canepa.
Thank you, Chair. So that 81% increase is not going to be charged to folks, because I mean that's.
It is not charged to anybody. That's basically our cost of doing business. It is charged in 2 instances. The correctional health care facility, if there's a death in custody and we do an autopsy, we would bill them under a contract, and the contract states our cost rate. So the auditor controller office gave us our cost rate. We also do the same thing for San Joaquin General Hospital. But we don't do second opinions. We don't do private autopsies. So no, there's no individual citizen that would ever be burdened with that cost.
Okay, because that. So the part of the problem is that this came up in 2019, and since it was still under the sheriff's department, that's why these weren't addressed.
Correct. So I don't know if it's in the letter, but I think the last time the sheriff coroner brought fees was probably in the 2016 range. So this is the first time since that time we've brought fees. We've not brought them as the office of medical examiner until this point. So this is the first time probably in 7 years these fees have been addressed.
So then when budget comes up, these will be back in more better rotation than every.
My goal, given that a lot of these fees rely upon labor, and labor has cost of living increases in the MOUs, my goal is every one of the divisions and healthcare services that has a fee component that relies on labor that I would bring every year.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Question, while you were running through this cost recommendation, and a couple of them you were bypassing, you had mentioned one of them. Again, I know you go quickly, a lot of information to share, but you mentioned one of them that we don't collect these fees. How many of these fees do we collect for of note?
So the fiscal impact, the body removal fees, a total volume would be $81,225 per year as an estimate. Autopsy fees, estimate of $5,420, and investigations 46. So they are nominal. And as I mentioned, the body removal fee, we have an external body removal service that charges us, and that's kind of basically a pass-through with an add-on that goes to the decedent estate.
Got it. So we do recover some of the costs, if not most of these.
Only for the body removal fee.
Only the body removal. So why are we revising anything if we're not recovering anything?
So the limited amount of autopsies that we do charge, which would be for the general hospital or a CDCR, those are basically, those contracts state that they will be charged our cost. So the auditor controller facilitated our cost. I don't know how many deaths in custody there are in the prison system. Same thing for the investigation that is being charged. But those would be the only really third-party collections we have.
So whatever our protocol and policy is that pretty standard throughout the state of California, and medical examiners or service fees that would normally be charged elsewhere?
Yes, and I think that gets to page 2, where we kind of did a survey for the body removal fees, because our cost, if you looked, would be calculated at $767. It's actually a decrease, but we're basing that on kind of an average of counties within our area, so we're not an outlier.
But as far as recovering the fees, like some of these things, we don't recover any fees at all. Is that normal practice throughout the state?
Correct. This is Office of Medical Examiner doing death investigations is borne generally by taxes.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Acting CAO, Mr. Gallo.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to clarify a little bit and to answer Supervisor Canepa's question, going back to your question of when the last fees were done. I believe Director Dieterich had stated it was 2016. They haven't been, which is I'm sure correct. In 2019, the auditor controller did do an audit, but the fees were not implemented at that time because of the transition that was being done at that time. So then in 23, the Office of the Medical Examiner requested the auditor controller's office to again do another fee based on the current costs of the services. And so that's why they're being brought now.
So I appreciate that, because what Assistant County Administrator Regallo is stating is that there were fees done by the sheriff coroner model, but given the transition, they were not implemented.
Correct. That was done in 2019.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Ding.
Oh, it's on. Oh, so it took us 5 years to establish a fee that we're not going to actually charge anybody. I mean, I guess I'm trying to figure out, other than the hospitals, correct?
And CDCR. But no, we didn't have a good model. We established the office in 2019. At that point, we had Dr. Hunter as a contracted forensic pathologist and Paul Graves as our single employee. It took us nearly 3 years to fully staff up and get all those costs in our model, and then we approached the auditor controller. But indeed, to your point, it's taken us too long to get here for something that is not really driving revenue, but it is a necessary process within the county for the fee hearing.
Thank you.
Okay, I see no more speakers. At this time, we're going to open public comment. Please come forward if you have any comment. First time. I know. Okay, I see no one. I will now close public comment. Any other speakers? Would anyone else like to comment on this item? If not, then at this time I accept the motion.
Motion to approve the fee adjustments.
Second.
We have a first and a second. We have a vote, please. The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you very much, Greg. Okay, this time we are moving on to discussion items. Item number 1 is a board discussion item for the San Joaquin County Public Health Scheduled Work Plan for 2024. The use of funds and proposed guidelines for using such funds. District 3, Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I wanted to bring this to the board for discussion and a little bit of awareness. In just the last week or two, I'm told we have a new public health director. Is that correct? Director Dietrich.
Yes, Supervisor Patty, through the chair. Renee Sinceri started officially on January 1st, but first day in office January 2nd. So it's been 10 months since we've had a public health director. So I'm very pleased that we had a successful recruitment and a quality candidate.
Excellent. I appreciate that. And it gives us a chance to maybe meet our director and review what's kind of spawned this discussion. And I just want to bring this forward so that the board can be aware and perhaps a little bit engaged in this issue. But recently, myself and likely other supervisors were interviewed on zero secondhand smoke or zero tobacco survey and secondhand smoke impact in San Joaquin County. Did each of you participate in that? Did you guys participate in that survey? No? They just contact, okay, my office, and you might be in the near future. The staff was great, they were engaged, and when I asked about what this was for, and it was, again, the initiative was for zero tobacco in San Joaquin County and to reduce the impact of secondhand smoke, I had inquired, what are we doing for messaging? as it relates to marijuana, secondhand smoke for marijuana as well. And the people giving the survey told me that that was not even included in the 2024 work plan, which caused a little bit of concern for me. So I reached out to Director Dietrich. I know there's quick, easy fixes and engagement, but I think we need to really make certain that we are highlighting the concerns we have. And the reason why that comes to my mind, about 2 months ago, 3 months ago, I'm pull up in a parking spot, a car pulls up next to me. There's an infant, 4 months maybe, in the back seat, in the car seat, and the driver, a woman, aunt, cousin, mother, I don't know, smoking heavy marijuana in the car with the windows up. And just the smell was just permeating out, and I knew exactly what it was, of course, especially when I exited my vehicle. And so that impact of smoke on an infant child who was, and I'm telling you, there was a heavy cloud of smoke inside that car. So that's very concerning. We also know now that early introduction of drugs such as marijuana has developmental impact, especially the strength of the marijuana on youth is leading to all sorts of psychological schizophrenia, paranoia, a lot of emotional and detrimental behavioral concerns with adolescents that are experimenting, trying. It's legal, but they don't understand that there's a spectrum. Like, you know, you buy beer, it's only allowed to have 3.5% alcohol, but there's no limit on the dose strength of marijuana, and there's high and low spectrums. So this is very concerning for our community, very concerning for society, but we here in San Joaquin County need to engage on this. So I wanted to reach out and give Director Dietrich an opportunity to meet our new public health director and have each of us on this board share whatever concerns we may have so that we are directing and making certain we're engaging in what I would say is a greater concern, because I have to tell you, in the last year, I have not seen 25 people smoking cigarettes. So I don't know where the big risk for secondhand smoke is as it relates to tobacco, but I'm witnessing and seeing a big risk with marijuana. So, Director Dietrich.
So Renee Senseri is unable to be with us today, but I do have Daniel Kim, the Public Health Coordinator for Public Health Education, and Caitlin Pierce, our Supervising Public Health Educator. After the feedback from key stakeholders, which included yourself and other elected and community members, and given your feedback, staff did reach out to the state. What is funding this is Proposition 99 that was passed in 1988, which has a 25% per pack tax. That also funds First Five and other initiatives, but that is used for the county tobacco cessation, and it's very categorical what we can do. But given your feedback specifically on marijuana, staff reached out to the state on what we can do for co-occurring, because this is really looking at lung cancer and secondhand smoke. There are some limited things we can do with smoking tobacco and maybe smoking marijuana, but it's not as broad as just using it for fentanyl or substance use. If you desire, we do have a brief presentation, and I know at the end of the presentation it has a couple slides for messaging that we can do compliantly with the state. But we have a work plan that was approved by the state. Don't have the full autonomy to adjust that currently, but I think we can do some tweaks to address smoking, secondhand smoke, and smoked tobacco, smoked marijuana, and those impacts, and a combined messaging campaign in a very tailored way that we got some guidance from the state grant authorities.
Do you have a presentation now, Director?
Yes.
I think that'd be wonderful. And this is I believe it's an important issue here in our county. So that's why thank you. Appreciate you coming forward.
And if I could invite Daniel Kim, Public Health Coordinator for Public Health Education, and Caitlin Pierce.
Good morning, Chair, board members. My name is Daniel Kim. I'm the Health Education Programs Coordinator for San Joaquin County Public Health Services. To my right is Caitlin Pierce. She is our Supervising Public Health Educator who oversees our tobacco program, which is called the Smoking and Tobacco Outreach and Prevention Program. Next slide. Oh, I'm sorry, yes. As a little bit background with regard to the program, Proposition 99 is the funding source for the program. And this, the Tobacco Tax and Health Promotion Act of 1988 was when voters approved this proposition and funded through a 25-cent tax of all each pack of cigarettes. 20% of those funds are directed to the health education account. And that funds the Department of Public Health, which then funds the individual health departments and other programs. It is the longest comprehensive tobacco control program in the U.S., and we've seen evidence in terms of reducing tobacco use from about over 25% of adults to about 1 in 10 in California, and actually still about 14% in San Joaquin County. So the Smoking and Tobacco Outreach and Prevention Program, which we call the STOP program, is our local lead agency for the county in terms of using the state funds of Prop 99 and Prop 56, which was passed in 2016. The LLAs, the local lead agencies, account for all 58 counties plus 3 health departments. And the state gives responsibility to these local lead agencies for the planning, implementation, and coordinating of the comprehensive tobacco prevention plans that are developed by each county. I'll turn it over to Caitlin to talk about a little more detail about our current work plan development.
Thank you, Daniel, and thank you, Greg, Mr. Diedrich. So I will talk a little bit about our scope of work, how it's developed, and some proposed messages that we can use to incorporate marijuana use. So our program, Tobacco STOP, was developed using a Community of Excellence assessment process. This is done every 3 to 4 years, and the assessment is used to establish priorities and identify activities for the following grant cycle. We invite community partners and stakeholders to analyze the data that's provided through the assessment process and identify priorities collaboratively. The last assessment that was conducted was actually in fall 2021. Please excuse the typo on the screen here. Annually, it is up for amendment in October, so it was just recently revised. Our next amendment or revision is available in October of 2024. So at that point, we can entertain additional revisions as requested. Currently, our activities are 2 policy objectives. One is on a local tobacco retail license and smoke-free public outdoor spaces. We have a whole focus area on community engagement, which is our coalition for tobacco-free San Joaquin, which was formerly known as the Stop Community Coalition. And we have media outreach and education, and we also have a broad focus on tobacco cessation. So proposed scope of work changes that were allowed from the California Tobacco Prevention Program on how the tobacco program can incorporate messages on marijuana use into our existing scope of work were provided. And here is our brief approach for how we can incorporate them. So broadly, we can provide education about the dual use of tobacco and marijuana use and how social media is used to promote dual use, particularly among youth. There are 3 specific activities that we can incorporate this. Right now, we can do it informally, and then in October, we can add it into our scope of work formally. Dual use messaging and education, secondhand smoke, including tobacco and cannabis use, and the dual use of vaping are the 3 primary focuses for this. So next I have some examples of media messages that we'd like to provide for discussion as well. This one is probably our broadest view. Living your best life means embracing a tobacco and cannabis-free life. Kick off 2024 with clarity, focus, and endless possibilities. Another example is, did you know that underage dual use of marijuana and tobacco use can put you at risk for depression, anxiety, and other mental health issues? And finally, hey parents, let's talk. Use these tips to talk about tobacco and cannabis with your teens. Talk early and often, be casual and clear, be open and listen without judgment, stick to the facts. Thank you.
And Supervisor Patty, if I could add, I know associated with this as far as broad public advertising, I approached going back a whole year after you're asked to bring back something with the fentanyl and opioids, we worked with Assemblymember Carlos Villaputa's office and Community Development. We had a bill sponsored that allows us to use outdoor advertising on land that is not zoned as commercial. So we have the opportunity now to erect a digital billboard on land zone public improvement. We're currently working through that process and purchasing on a sole source, and hopefully in under a year, we should have a dual-sided digital billboard on the side of I-5 close to the General Hospital. The change in California regulations allows us to use it broadly for public health and safety messaging. So fentanyl awareness and other public health and safety messaging campaigns can be done on that billboard. But as Daniel and Caitlin mentioned, we have some limited use for dual use of the tobacco funds for tobacco and marijuana facing smoking, and I think they kind of indicated what we're authorized to do with this particular categorical funding stream. And Caitlin, I don't know if you mentioned one of your other desires was to have a tobacco retailer licensing, and did the city of Stockton take that up?
Yes, the legislation was passed in June of 2023.
So that allows the city of Stockton to license local tobacco retailers and therefore provide a funding stream to engage if they are selling product to underage individuals, as well as selling flavored items that have been banned?
That is correct. It will be used for enforcement.
That's all I have, Super.
Thank you. And so if I understand correctly, we can implement under the current guidelines and work plan some of the dual messaging, not waiting for the revision in October. Is that correct?
That is correct. It is under the review and approval of the California Tobacco Control Prevention Program. So they would have to review and approve our messages, but it can be done informally until October, when we can submit formal revisions to our scope of work.
Okay, and some of the slides were informative. I like the one in particular that says marijuana and tobacco use leads to anxiety. They are very direct, very succinct, and really heightening the level of awareness. And I really cannot stress the importance of this. If we look at our homeless crisis for those living unsheltered, it's mental health and or substance abuse and self-medication. And when you have youth that are experiencing at exorbitant exponential rates of increase, the paranoia and schizophrenia phenomenon that's happening that would not normally be happening. I have a friend of mine's son is absolutely 100% completely out of control with the anxiety, paranoia, and schizophrenia. And it was, wonderful young boy, known him since he's a little kid, and now is 15, 16 years old, heavy marijuana use and having major psychological issues. That's a candidate for homelessness. What's that costing us every year? We did it, the University of Pacific did an estimate, it was 130 to 150 million a year impact. So my reason we're saying all this, and I'd like to hear from the board members to see if you have the same concern and priority, but, and I appreciate that's just not what we're doing, is what more we can do. So if there's anything additional, any additional resources, we can turn to our deputy CAO. I know that we've got some funding available if we want to do a more robust outreach, but this is critical for to maintain the health of our community and of the youth. And this has dramatic impact for families and in so many instances, life-changing impacts. So given the reality that marijuana now is so much stronger, and I can give you, there's exponentially stronger than it used to be. It's not the marijuana from the olden days, as they might say. It is tailored to be specifically at the highest possibility of the TCV strains. So I'll finish mine and turn it over to the board, but what else could we do? What other resources, if any, do you have as we look at fentanyl, marijuana use, and these other risks that are very real and very critical? So that's what I want to ask you and then hear from the board members.
So you're aware the opioid settlement that we're taking a lot of money to an SJB Well campus that I think I'll have some news to the board in a month or two about progress there. But Daniel or Caitlin, can you comment? Because I know the state is actually putting a lot of money into a media campaign, I think relaunching later on this year, specifically on fentanyl awareness, and the state is taking a statewide media campaign for fentanyl. But I don't think there's anything particularly on marijuana, and I don't know if that's funded by local marijuana taxes.
So with regard to cannabis use, and there's more evidence being developed through research. So with more public, more use in the state, there's more evidence demonstrating how much of an impact it is having with regard to mental health development, especially among youth. And it's really a combination of not only nicotine, but other substance use. So that the California Department of Public Health has opened up, has established a new unit to be able to address specifically cannabis. And we're looking to opportunities where there may be funding from the state to help address that specifically. But in the meantime, we are using the funds that we have available to address in the dual use, which allows us to tackle at least cannabis with regard to the secondhand smoke issue.
Understood. And to that point, though, and that's why I'm asking is, it's, you know, while we wait for it, there may be some more state funding, there may be something, okay, we here in San Joaquin County, and you've got a board that's engaged and they're interested. So maybe you want to put together a plan for us to consider.
Great. We have other members who would like to
Yeah.
speak.
Thank you, Chairman.
Supervisor Canova.
I just had one question. With the vaping, how have we seen this tax amount go lower? I mean, obviously with the cost of cigarettes being as high as it is, I mean, they're not easily affordable, but there's also other outlets that they can go buy. So all the vaping, what do you get money off of each vial or whatever that they sell, or how does that work? Because the secondhand smoke from vaping is probably, I don't know how toxic that is, but has that money for this program gone up or down, or how has it looked?
I'll respond to that question. So Proposition 56, which was passed in 2016, adds a $2 tax to each pack of cigarettes, and it also includes vaping and electronic cigarettes. So we do get funds from those. I don't know about fluctuation in funding over the years, though.
It has made an impact in terms of sales over time. We've seen a steady decline in terms of the funds that we are receiving as a result of the tax. But unfortunately, vaping, because it is widely prevalent, and unfortunately there are ways to skirt around in terms of the tax. And so that's why we are looking at the local tobacco retail licensing and local enforcement to help really address that. And so with the recent bill 793 and the proposition that was passed to sustain that really will help us try to address local efforts in terms of reducing vaping, but we're still seeing, you know, vaping as a leading into higher tobacco use. We had been seeing a steep decline with regard to youth tobacco in general, but because of vaping, that's just brought in a new area, and we're wanting to make sure that we tackle that as well. And so I know that the funding that we receive has been modified to be able to address those issues.
So that's the only thing that I would see as far as a board. What's the correlation of, are the younger kids buying actual cigarettes, or is it the vaping? You know what I mean? So what age demographic? I mean, obviously if you're going to do programs, which age demographic do you try to, you know, somebody who smoked cigarettes for 30 years probably is not going to give those up. Unless there's a health concern. So those are the things that you need to kind of target, is who we're looking at, what age demographic you're trying to get off the vaping. And I mean, the flavored vaping, and I don't know what the vial is, like the equivalent of 3 packs of cigarettes. So it's just gotten so much exponentially worse, is my only concern. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Ding.
Can you please, thank you for being here. Can you please put that slide up that Tom's talking about, the dual use? No?
And
let me tell you, first off, it's kind of, you said that slide's up there, this light bulb just went off. It is so prevalent and so bad right now. I went in, Jenna gave me we've been having this problem all year long, trying to get people who want to get off of drugs and everything, into something, and I'm still trying to figure out how that's done. Anyway, so I was given a 1-800 number and an address over on Acacia to stop by. Walked in, told me I had I want to talk to somebody about a pill problem. Anyway, that problem didn't get addressed. They didn't know why it was there. But while I was there, I had a chance to talk to Paul Pelletier over there. A wealth of information, and it was on this subject. It was about the concentrations. What's that old Chevy commercial? Or the Oldsmobile? This isn't your father's Oldsmobile, or whatever. The stuff they're smoking right now is nowhere near. I mean, you're talking multiple
70 times, I think.
70 times, yeah. And so, and the problem, and I can tell you from dealing with a lot of individuals in the restaurant bar establishment, they literally equivalate this to coffee and tea. I mean, it's not. It's kind of showing up to work stoned is not. It's okay. I'm not drunk. It's not. Alcohol's bad, but marijuana is like having a cup of coffee in the morning, and you're seeing it. And I'm hearing from these parents. These kids are losing their flipping mind. They're all on anxiety, and of course we've scared the crap out of them about fentanyl. So now they won't take Xanax or anything. They won't even take aspirin, but they'll hide in their room and they'll smoke pot all day, trying to make the anxiety going away. That message right there would be news. I mean, I'm looking at that, and that would be a shocking statement that most kids would never see. And just like the One Pill Kills campaign with fentanyl, that to me is gold. Plaster that up everywhere, because they need to understand. I didn't know about the mixing of the two, because they aren't doing one. It's like, oh no, man, I don't vape, man. I just spoke. I mean, they're doing both. The problem with the tax, because we just outlawed flavored tobacco here a year ago, 2 years ago, what have you, and they're still all over the streets, which means you're not collecting tax on it, because they can't pay their tax, because then they'd get turned in for selling flavored tobacco illegally. So that's got to be dropping off substantially as well. And of course, since you're also phenomenal at what you do, I would assume sooner or later there'll be no taxes on this stuff, because you'll get rid of it all and we'll all be without jobs. So that's, I guess, the goal here. But that revenue has got to be going down. But just for the clear point, Tom, 100%, you're right, and the concentrations are just through the roof. And I don't think most people realize it's not their father's Oldsmobile here. It's something completely different. So I'm with you, Tom.
Because the flowered smoked marijuana in the 60s was 1% to 2%. Now it's 25+% THC content.
Wow.
And I think to this youth, why they're still cognitively developing, it is detrimental to be smoking that high dose of marijuana before the age of 25, while your brain is still being development. It will have lifelong effect.
I wanted to add, in terms of one of the big influences, of course, is social media, and just sort of the media images that people have of both tobacco and cannabis use, is that they think that it is something that's relaxing, that it's something that doesn't affect them. And when you see we're seeing the longer term impacts, and that's what we're trying to address with information like this.
Great. We have one more speaker. Go ahead, Greg.
And if I could add, indeed, a ballot proposition in November of last year banned the sale of flavored vaping products as well as menthol cigarettes. I know there's some discussion about the Juul settlement, and I think some of that needs to go into enforcement activities. My wife is the principal of a continuation high school. Flavored nicotine and marijuana is highly prevalent to kids under the age of 18, but I think some of it is still being sold at retail, but I think a lot of it's probably mail order as well.
Supervisor Rickman, would you like a comment?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Dietrich, who couldn't be here today?
Renee Sinceri is our new public health director, and I'll be setting up meetings to have her meet and greet each of you personally. But she came on board, first day was last Tuesday, and we've been out of public health director for 10 months.
Right. The reason I'm asking, why isn't she here today?
She had an engagement with the state item, so I apologize that she couldn't make it today.
Okay. Yeah, I was just wondering when a board member puts something on the agenda and the department head doesn't show up or doesn't notify this board, it raises questions. That's all. But no, I agree with what my colleagues stated, and I always find it amazing how you hear so much bad things about tobacco, and rightfully so. But then those same folks don't mention anything about marijuana, cannabis, or concentrated cannabis when you're talking about vaping, hashish oil, and so on. Or the adverse effects that marijuana does have. It seems like many folks downplay, the adverse effects for whatever reason it may be. I know the cannabis industry has a heck of a PR system behind them. And we all know about the medical side of marijuana, what it can do for those that are suffering some kind of medical diagnosis, some kind of illness. But for the recreation side, and I think that's a message that we need to harp on, is let people know, and especially parents, the adverse actions, what it does to your mental health and what it does to, your body as a whole, your development when what your brain doesn't mature until you're age 25, I believe it is. And so, whatever we can do to target folks and let them know. And no, and you mentioned secondhand smoke too, Supervisor Patty. And again, we all know the message. I mean, you see somebody in a car smoking a cigarette and they have a child in the car, people just go completely ballistic. And again, rightfully so. But we see it with marijuana, and it's just for some reason it seems cannabis and marijuana gets a pass. And I think a lot of it has to do with education and making people aware of what the consequences of doing that. And I mean, that's horrible. Some 3-4 months old, like you said, and you have a car full of smoke, and God knows what it's doing to that child's lungs and development. So that's all I have to say. So thank you, Supervisor Patty.
Thank you. Any other comment, or Greg, do you have anything else to say? Okay, at this time I'm going to open the comment to the public. Anyone else have anything to say from the public? Yeah, I see none. I'll close public comment. Thank you for that presentation. Supervisor Patty, do you have any more comments?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I think you've heard from the board that we feel this is very important. Maybe there's some programs out there, a peer, something in high schools that other counties or cities are doing where they're engaging with student activities to inform, so you're getting it, peer to peer, not adults saying, don't smoke marijuana. So what could we do? What more could we do? I constantly always ask, it's not what we're doing, it's what more we can do. And this is a critical issue. So I would like to see in the next 30, 45 days, if you guys can come back to us with an additional work plan, a new idea, something that's thinking a little bit outside the box that maybe some peers have done elsewhere, or a use of funds. And we can maybe talk about using some money that we've got in the board as reserves. But I believe, and Director Dietrich, you in two sentences highlighted exactly what it is, compared, what it was in the 60s, what it is now, and fully developed brain at 25, and the high risk. So we know it's more than anxiety. It's paranoia, it's schizophrenia, it's an entire host of concerns that are very detrimental for our future here in the county and beyond. So please come back with something that we could consider, and I think you'll have some support from us.
Thank you. We will be back.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Oh, thank you. This is not an actionable item, correct? Just a discussion item?
Just a robust discussion of the board to give direction, yes.
Thank you very much, Greg. Have a wonderful day. Thank you guys. Moving on to item number 2, District 4, receive an update on the 2004 presidential primary election and provide direction to the election and ballot security. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Excuse me, real fast. Olivia, do you mind coming down, and just in case we have any questions for you also? Please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is a prevalent issue that's been going on all year, and it's been a very robust discussion. I have to tip my hat on all participants. We've had a very robust conversation, no weapons drawn. It's been a healthy conversation. I think I might have done my job a little too well. I've been, one side's called me, what was it, a gun-armed Nazi, or wants to arm poll guards or whatever at the voting precinct. And, some of my friends over here think that shoeboxes can be hacked even if they're not hooked up to the internet or what have you. So anyway, I'm getting flack from both sides. That's good. But we have an election coming up. And so I think through the final meeting we had at the Election Advisory Board was last Thursday. Was it Thursday? Thursday. And some interesting developments came out of that. We've had some complications with through filing for candidate papers. We've had questions that came up about, ballots that were recorded in the last election, not necessarily any doing. We had a lot of things happen in the last election with the passing of our register of voters and you taking over, et cetera. One thing did become clear to me, though, when the city of Lodi last week voted against having a drop box at City Hall, and I went down to City Hall because I don't know, I was kind of a little upset about it. I was going, what are you doing here? This is, we've got to have it in City Hall. The thing they were upset about, and then I became upset about, was they didn't receive the letter until 30 days ago, on December 8th. I mean, this is stuff that should have been done months and months ago. There were some issues there that I didn't, quite frankly, I supported. If you're going to put a drop box in, it should be bolted to the floor so they couldn't steal it or what have you. And then the city councilwoman tells me, "Do you really think we're going to let them drill holes in our gorgeous marble floors?" And anyway, things that I think we've come full circle of things. I think we were trying to appease everybody. We were trying to, the state requires 13 drop boxes. Hell, let's do 50. Let's put security cameras everywhere. Let's bolt everything to the floor. We were going a little too far, and quite frankly, we're getting very late in the game, and we need to get back to basics. And so there are a few things, and with the guidance of our acting county administrator, we went over these. I want to make sure I have this right. Well, actually, before we get that, as most of you know, Shaq Khan didn't plead guilty. No contest. It was 14 election felony violations. All violations, by the way, that are in line with the California Right to Vote Act or whatever. By their guidelines, he followed the rules pretty precisely, and is what we're leading to. But is Captain Hardy here? If you could please tell us what you've discovered in your input and guidance, please. On the Shaq Khan matter, not football or anything else.
Oh, you don't want me to pontificate? Okay.
No.
So good morning. I think it's still morning. Yeah. Good morning, Captain Hardy, Sheriff's Office. So the Khan case resolved last, I want to say, was it Tuesday, Monday or Tuesday. Pled guilty to all 14 felony counts of election fraud related issues. And to your point, I think it is the Voters' Choice Act, I think is what you're referring to. I had an opportunity to review that, and everything in that Voter Choice Act is pretty much what he did. There essentially, when it was written for process. So if you view it through the lens of the process itself, it's fantastic. It'll get going. It'll help Olivia's team out. But if you view it through the lens of fraud, there's not that I could tell, anything in there that would prevent it other than signature verification. And like I've said previously, signature verification is the last checks and balance against fraud. So we, from what I can tell, need to increase our signature verification process, make it more robust. I understand Olivia's been working on that, has some proposals and some thoughts. But just on the Shack case itself, the way the system is set up, this is no fault of the ROV here, but the Secretary of State and the legislator says, hey, this is how we're going to do these mail-in voting. This is how we're going to do online registration. These are our checks and these are our balances, and it's basically an honor system. So, but with that being said, I would also like to give the citizens that came forward and brought this to our attention a little bit of credit, actually all the credit. They through their work, they were able to discover some anomalies and brought it to our attention, and we took the time to listen to them, sit down with them, and again, they did a fantastic job bringing it to us. It was by sheer luck alone that we were able to help prove what was being alleged by the citizens. And it's somebody once said in a public comment a while ago, and I don't recall who it was or where it was, but because of the Con case, they said the system worked. This was sheer luck, right? This is about the if you look at the shoe bomber, and the statement was the system worked. Now the citizens jumped into action and took control, and this is exactly what happened in the Con matter. So with that, I'll accept any questions.
Any questions from the board? Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. So what do we do to prevent fraud? I mean, not relying on luck. I mean, you talk about signature as our last barrier. So what would you recommend, or what do you have any ideas?
So we are kind of bound by the Secretary of State and the legislator. So when they implement the mail-in voting system and things of that nature, us as a sheriff's office, we have to preserve that process. So to prevent it, I think Supervisor Ding said it earlier, in-person voting with the voter ID. That's the best way to prevent fraud.
All right, thank you, Captain.
Any other questions?
Yeah, just as it relates to drop boxes, because I mean the nightmare I'm anticipating in about 60 days is the sheriff's department having more deputies at Rayleigh's because both sides are calling the cops because somebody's dropping ballots and instead of doing what else. And so what we're trying to do, let me tell you what I'm proposing we do, and ask you if you think that would help. The Secretary of State has deemed a drop box equal to a polling place. So I'm thinking we treat it as such. In Thursday's election meeting, Register of Voters Director Hale said that she had no more than 19 signed contracts for drop boxes right now. What I want to do is, I think if we had this discussion now instead of 6 months ago, you guys would have never approved the other 25 boxes because you've got all the mail boxes and the 14 required by the state. Now we're getting up against a wall. What I'm proposing we do is we don't spend any more time looking for drop box locations. We got more than the state is required. The cameras that we were talking about, it sounds great. Yeah, let's put cameras on everything. There's two problems. One, unless you can see the signature on the ballot, it really doesn't do us any good in a court. So all it's doing is it's making us feel good. The other problem is, and the door's already opened with Civil Liberties Union, we really don't want to create any problems, after the fact. We just want to pull off an election that matters. What I want to do, just like in a polling place, when you go to a polling place, you don't just, pick up your ballot and go and vote it and stick it in a box that's handed to you by a polling worker, something. I'm not talking about a polling worker that interrogates people when they go up to a drop box, but rather somebody that's sitting by the drop box, just like they would at a polling location in case somebody has any questions. Pretty much a warm body. We did the math. There's a $175,000 grant for security, which is different than the accessibility grant we're going to discuss, which is $175,000. Register of Voters believes that funding might not be able to use. I disagree, but if it's not, we can find contingency funding for that. But let's take this down to no more than the 20 boxes, because we still haven't rented all the cameras. There's so much cost to go along, so it's manageable. Let's get through the next 89 days till the election and make it manageable. We'll have someone there and get through this process. I think we figured out assistant director, assistant county administrator, AC. I got to get these titles down here. Acting county administrator. If you're talking about 20 boxes, 8 hours a day, 30 days a week, it comes out at $25 an hour. It'd be about $125,000. We were looking at a grant that pays $175,000, but keep it at that. And that way, hopefully, we will cut down on calls to the sheriff's office. There'll be eyes on the boxes. The boxes should be somewhere that's already in a populated area, not sitting out in the middle of a field somewhere. We can regulate according to the Secretary of State guidelines, which I read. They do not have to be open 24 hours a day. You can set hours, any hours you want. You just have to notice the public. You have to say this box is going to be open from 9 to 5 or 5 to 8, what have you. But that's kind of the direction I want to go in. Do you see that as a benefit?
I would bow to the Register of Voter first and then.
Michelle, please comment.
We spoke with the Secretary of State, and what we're hearing is for that grant that it cannot be used to put people out there. And there was a high concern when they heard, because if I'm hearing you right, we just want to have a person out there manned at the box. So I think we need to do a deeper dive and get the clarification from the state on the laws and regulations to ensure that we can pull off anything like that. What I do understand is if the box is outside and outdoors, several other counties do them, including Stanislaus and Sacramento. They're under surveillance, but they are 24 hours for all outdoor boxes. But that doesn't mean we can't look into it and hear what Supervisor Ding and the board proposes, and we will be happy to look into all those details to see if it's something that we can do.
Wish the state would sue us. I would like to have the state tell us, no, we don't want anybody around the drop boxes at all. We don't want any witnesses, no people. But anyway, that's what I'm proposing we do is let's move this process along. Let's get through this election. Let's limit our exposure here. Let's go with, how many contracts do you actually have signed right now?
We have 21 in circulation, and we have fully executed and in possession with my signature. There's 8 right now, but there's 3 more coming in today. 2 don't need contracts, so I suspect by the end of the week we'll have pretty much everything back on the 21.
Okay, we're less than 90 days away from the election, and we haven't even talked about in-person voting and polling locations, which is what we were supposed to be concentrating on this whole time, and we're still screwing around with drop boxes. We don't have 13 yet that's required from the state. Let's take it to 13. Let's make sure that we at least don't get in trouble with the state. We're going to do 13 drop boxes, and then we could find another funding, but I would like to have 13 drop boxes manned.
Through the chair.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
I'm not done. That are in contract, 14. Lodi, only drop boxes, locations, signed agreements. Drop boxes will be staffed by ROV employee or subcontractors. Eliminate the cameras, which will save us $100,000 and something. The HAVA election security grant is separate from the HAVA access grant that we're looking at now, but I think we can use those funds because it actually says security right in the grant. So I don't know who you talked to on the phone. I've talked to council about this too. That's a lot deeper of a dive. But, you know, having somebody from the state say, well, you can't use security grants for security because they don't want people there, I really doubt that's going to hold up. But as a general direction, I think that's what we need to do. Let's just make sure we can pull off this election.
Okay, we have some comments from Supervisor Canada or questions.
So thank you, Chair. My first question is, what stops people from, packing a mailbox? I have the mailbox over behind Lincoln Village Shopping Center, and there's no cameras. So I don't know if somebody wants to commit fraud, they're going to do it. You know what I mean? I don't think it's just a matter of if it's
them the difference because.
Oh, okay. So if anybody could have input on a difference, because I'm just trying to figure it out because it's free postage, right? So if you're going to go and put the fraudulent signature on the back saying that you handle the ballot for somebody, if you dump it at the mailbox at a drop on the street drive-through, if you go inside, maybe there's federally manned cameras inside of it, but on the street, there's not. So we're all worried about these drop boxes. Well, if you draw all this attention to drop boxes, they're just going to go to the mailbox. And if the sheriff or somebody can help me on what the difference is, because there's a ton more outdoor mailboxes than 25 drop boxes. So,
You're right. It seems like it would be the same, Supervisor Canepa. The one difference is once the mail is collected at the mailbox, it goes through the U.S. Postal Service, where every piece of mail is photographed front and back. Therefore, they would have a record of a signature on that piece of mail. You wouldn't know who dropped it in there, but at least it shows front and back. And if it is determined that somebody mailed a ballot that is later determined to be fraudulent, now there are federal charges attached to that.
So how did he do his, in a drop box or a mailbox?
Both, I think, is what Captain Hardy is telling me.
So then the federal guidelines for
Federal
voter fraud are more stringent?
For mail fraud, when you do it that way.
Oh, so you get a double whammy, so not just elections fraud, but mail fraud.
You can, yes.
Okay.
Anything else you?
I just wanted to chime in. Tampering with election mail is also a federal offense from what I understand. So when you take a vote by mail ballot and you put it in a drop box, whether it's a post office box or one of our official drop boxes, it's still a federal offense to tamper with election mail.
It's not election mail. It's not a federal offense.
If it's a ballot?
If a federal election or mail fraud can only be committed through a post office. If I hand you something and it's a fraudulent ballot, I can't charge you with mail fraud. That's one of the reasons. The biggest problem we had with the drop boxes, that everybody was trying to push these drop boxes and ballot harvesting as you're circumventing the law enforcement system here, is what we're doing. And we're trying to appease everybody in this. You remember, this was a COVID thing. We got to do this because of COVID, and now it's just gotten a little out of control. We need to meet the state guidelines. We haven't even met state guidelines yet. We're not even to 13 drop boxes yet. So let's get it out of our head that we're going to do 15 or 20 or 25 so she can concentrate on that 13 so we're in compliance. And we can actually start spending time on polling places and same-day voter and getting, which is the most secure way of voting. And let's put a warm body out in front of these boxes to be of assistance and wave the San Joaquin County, we're here to help you flag.
Through the chair.
Okay, yes, Lou.
I just wanted to share all of our polling places have been established. We have 153 locations and they're all assigned, and we're in the process of staffing those boxes as we speak. We've put out a large advertising campaign to really share, you can vote in person, what your options are and your choices. So I just want you to know that we've been working on all the other items as well in addition to the drop boxes, and we've worked very hard on the Dropbox project, and I have that information available if you want more on that.
So we're 90 days to the election. It's time. Our homework's done. We don't have our 13 yet. Let's get the 13 done. Call it a day. We can revisit it after the March primary.
Sheriff Withrow.
Yeah, I would just I know there's concern about putting somebody at a drop box and things like that, and I would just throw this out. We haven't talked about this. I'm just throwing this out right now, but couldn't we make the drop boxes a polling place where we have poll people set up just like we would inside a gymnasium, make it at the boxes there, then it would legally have a polling person there. Somebody wants to come up and drop off their ballot just like they can at a polling place. Couldn't they walk up to that poll person and hand them the ballot to put in the box, or they put it in the box themselves, but the poll person can say, oh, I see you have 5 of them. One of those yours, and the other 4 are signed that you're delivering for something. I don't know if that's possible or not.
For the 14 or the 13 that were mandated, so our voter rolls decreased a bit, so we have actually only a need for, we required to have 13. Those have to be treated, and you don't get credit for having it at a polling place, if that makes sense. In addition to that, the Secretary of State they have guidelines on all of this, and we would need to make sure that that's an acceptable compliance by their code of regulations.
Yeah, even if it didn't count as one of our polling places, it would still cover us as far as people won't feel intimidated that somebody's standing there watching them or something. If we had a polling place there, you might check with them to see if that's possible.
Through the chair, also to share, I can wait.
No, I'm just saying I read through the entire guidelines, and the sheriff is 100% correct. In fact, the Secretary of State talks about it as equal. You're correct that it has to be 13 separate sites from an election day polling place. But technically, it is treated as an official polling place, is a drop box. So treating it, if we're going to treat it like a polling place, let's treat it like a polling place and have a poll worker there, and so that's the security.
I just have a question. It doesn't seem feasible to have a person on a box 24/7, does it?
It couldn't be 24/7, obviously.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's something that you guys would have to look at as far as that.
Right.
It's killy.
Yeah, it seems impossible.
Well,
and what's that person going to do? They're going to interview everybody who drops off mail, and we're going to look through their mail? I mean, what?
Mr. Chairman, if I can. So
absolutely.
in the last election, and I agree with you, but one of the things the Secretary of State says in their guidelines is it doesn't have to be open 24. You just have to notice the public where the drop box is and the hours of service. For instance, the ones in Rayleigh's. Obviously, the Rayleigh's one wasn't open 24 hours a day. It's available during store hours from 9 to whatever. You're giving them 30 days, 13 other locations, various hours, 100 and whatever mailboxes throughout the county, 126 polling places. They've got plenty of time to vote. So no, we just have to publish what hours those drop boxes are available. This one's open from 9 to 5. This one's open from 12 to 9. This one's open Rayleigh's hours, 7 to 11, what have you. But no, they wouldn't. None of them would be open 24 hours a day.
Okay.
I had one more.
One more question from
Or Steve hijacked my time, but it's okay. So the question is how long? He just kind of answered it. 30 days before the election is when those drop boxes need to be accessible.
28 days before.
28 days. Okay. So, and then the amount of hours. I mean, I'm great for this debate, but there's a lot of different opinions and different information that's hard to speak to something that the Secretary of State on the daily. We're always saying what these parameters are. I mean, simplifying it for me works the best. The most simple method that we could do this to have a secure election is great. I just don't understand if you did have a video camera, how do you know when someone's committing fraud unless somebody else tells on that person or snitches on that person or whatever you want to, if they have information. So, I mean, you put all this money and all this resource, and I mean, you just said it was luck that the Shaq Khan guy got caught. So, I mean, until the state of California says, hey, with this voter's choice, we might have made a mistake, you know what I mean? And I don't know that they'll readily accept the responsibility of making that mistake. But, I mean, those are the important things that we need to do. So, I mean, get through, obviously, this primary with the least amount of money and the least amount, I mean, because then if you do that, if you do have somebody, is it intimidating for somebody to go put their ballot in there if there's a human being standing there? I mean, people have different levels of anxiety and fear of one thing or the other. You know what I mean? So I'm with it. What's the easiest way? And what's, obviously you don't want to, use money that's meant for something else, because then if we abuse the grant, then we're going to have to pay it back anyway. So those are just my concerns. I wish there was more, evidence that supported one way or the other. We just keep kind of going, through this, and it's getting closer and closer, and election integrity is very important. Thank you, Chair.
Through the chair?
Yes.
Could I see clarification on something?
Yes, that's absolutely.
Okay, because I'm receiving a lot of emails back and forth, and it's sort of on the fly. We're trying to do this to some extent. One thing my deputy has just emailed me is that at least one of the drop boxes needs to be open 12 hours a day. The others can be open, evidently, according to her, during regular business hours, which is what I'm hearing from Supervisor Ding and others. But apparently one of them needs to be open 12 hours a day. Second thing, I understand the Secretary of State, without citation to any code section, they've indicated that we can't use the grant money for security. So I understand that's their position. I don't know if I agree or disagree with that, because I don't know what it's based upon. But the other thing was, my understanding last I heard, and I'm asking if this is still the case, is the Secretary of State still taking the position that we are disallowed from placing staffing around the drop boxes, irrespective of who's paying for it? If the county pays for it, let's say, is the Secretary of State taking the position that just having staff there is somehow illegal? Because again, I'm seeing emails saying that's their position, but again, they're not providing citation.
So received a phone call this morning, and she shared that she was going to reach out to legal, and so I just provided the information to you that I had, and they said they're going to have their legal get back to us because that's not acceptable. And I said, well, I need the legal opinion on that, so I'm waiting to hear back from them, and as soon as they do, I will be forwarding it directly to your office for review.
Sure, and I don't know if they're basing that upon some theory that staffing there would be interfering with voters in some manner. If that's the case, I think maybe we could assuage their concerns by making sure that the person staffing it is not in uniform, because evidently that's an issue, and also that the person just be there to observe as opposed to trying to in any way direct voters. They could just be something that basically a warm body to watch over the drop-off box. But I don't know if that's the basis of their taking the position it's illegal. So.
Well, and to share two other things in those regulations is it says that if it's here's the other part. We've had 3 boxes installed today, and they're installed outdoors. And the way I'm understanding it, and what I'm waiting for direction on from the state for clarification, is if it's an outdoor box, that it should be open for 24 hours. And it also says in the Code of Regulations that we should have surveillance if feasible. So those are where those things were coming from. And then last and additionally, the staffing situation. We started our staffing plan back in on July 1 with our open recruitment for county employees. Getting 25 people to stand outside in February, I have some concerns that I have 28 days to put a staffing plan together to achieve that. That doesn't mean we won't give it our best shot, but I do have concerns around that as well.
Well, I have one comment about that is you still have not called one local temp agency to even ask. 2, surveillance, a camera, we're talking human eyes, a warm body, that is surveillance. You can't, it's like saying we have an inactive voter list, but we don't have an inactive voter list. We were using terminologies depending on what argument we want to solve here. That is surveillance. There's 2 grants, by the way. There's the Have a grant for security, and that's the one we're looking at. Having a warm body sitting next to a drop box is surveillance. Just as if you want to put thousands of dollars of camera equipment that can't read anything anyway. So I really don't think that argument flies. But trying to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish, we can talk about the staffing bodies, what have you. But I think what we really need to do is give her direction to meet the state requirement. Let's get the 13 in. Forget about the 25 or 20. We're out of time, and we're not even sure we can get the 13 at this point in time. Let's get the 13 boxes and call it a day for this election.
Okay, Sheriff Withrow.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify one thing before we left. Earlier on, we misspoke and said that Shakir Khan pled guilty to 14 elections, and it was no contest. Small difference, but
Got it.
want to
Thank
hear
you.
from his attorney.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to go to public comment. We have a few people that would like to speak, so if any other supervisor has any comment, do you have any questions or comments? Okay, we're going to go to public comment this time. I'm going to open the public comment. You have 3 minutes to speak. Public comment is now open. Carla, you're first, please.
Okay, so it's a little rough because I wasn't sure how Supervisor Ding was going to go. But speaking about staffed drop boxes, so in State Code 20130, section, 31, not 31, D, staffed drop boxes shall mean a vote by mail ballot drop box shall be placed in a location that is a view of a live person who is employed at the location of the drop box, a city or a county employee, a temporary worker, or volunteer required to monitor the drop box. A staff drop box is typically not available for use 24 hours a day. That's right in the code from the Secretary of State from September 2023. So that can be done. So I happen to agree with Supervisor Ding. We only need 13. Yes, they are redundant. Supervisor Canada, but they are, but it is the law, unfortunately. It's something that came out towards COVID, and they have not done away with it, and that's on purpose. It's the same with the vote by mail. We always have gotten that we get the ballots by vote by mail, but we always went in person and voted except for absentee. And they're all trying to change that because they can have fraud. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jody Graham.
Good afternoon. I have good morning, but now I'll change it to afternoon. I want to talk about the 2022 election. There were 25 ballot drop boxes located throughout the county. The boxes were located inside businesses and only open during their hours of operation, not 24 hours. Collections of ballots by the ROV office were daily until Monday, November 7th, and on Election Day, November 8th, there were multiple collections of the ballots. The ballot drop boxes were open until the election closed at 8 p.m. Through numerous public records requests asking for all documents relating to the collection of ballots from the boxes, we received hundreds of documents from the ROV office. The following findings are from those records. Each public request generated a new and different batch of documents. In a review of the documents, many had missing information and many documents were inconsistently completed for each collection. There appeared to be a lack of consistent documentation procedures for the collection, counting, and transportation of the ballots. For Election Day, the records were very inadequate. For the documented 30,000 ballots that were placed in the ballot drop boxes that day, there were no documented collections past 4:05 p.m. On Election Day, 3 of the boxes had no collection times whatsoever, just a number of ballots collected and no other information. The box in front of the Register of Voters office, which was open 24 hours a day, had no chain of custody records at all for any of the 40 days that it was open and operational. Only a number of ballots listed on a spreadsheet. On Election Day, 10 drop boxes had a final collection time before noon. On Election Day, 12 drop boxes had a final collection time between 12 p.m. and 4:05 p.m. What happened to the ballots that were deposited in these boxes after these times? Were they ever collected? We don't know. Were those votes counted? We don't know. Are they still inside the boxes in the county storage at the airport? We don't know. When we asked for the missing documents for the final collection on Election Day through another public records request, we received the following response from the ROV office. After a diligent search of our records, we have determined that no records responsive to your request exist in the possession, custody, or control of the Register of Voters. The lack of chain of custody documents and the incomplete, missing, lackadaisical record keeping of the ballot drop box collection only serves to further erode public confidence in our election system. The idea that we now want more and larger, much larger drop boxes, and that they will be located outside and open for 24 hours a day is very troublesome. If consistent and complete records can't be kept for 25 ballot drop boxes.
Jody, your time is up, I'm sorry.
Okay. We need to reduce the number of drop boxes. We need to use the old drop boxes, the smaller drop boxes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Holly Moore.
Good afternoon. My name is Holly Moore, and I'd like to congratulate the sheriff and Captain Hardy for a job well done in convicting Shakir Khan for election fraud. So thank you, guys. Well done. Thank you for keeping us and our elections safe. After looking at Dropbox numbers from Election Day, November 8th, 2022, we found fraud in county records. So you guys are going to get this here, and this is what I'm going to refer to. The drop boxes can hold, or the old ones could hold 1,500 ballots, 1,542 exactly per the manufacturer. But according to official records, 5 drop boxes were said to contain between 1,700 and 3,300 ballots. So 1,500 was the max. We have way more. In your package, you'll see I circled the numbers for you. Tracy City Hall, 1,700 ballots. Impresso Coffee, the first retrieval, 1,865. The second retrieval on the third page was 2,293. Stockton Ace Hardware, the first retrieval was 1,693, and the second retrieval was 3,316. That's over double the capacity of that drop box. That's impossible. That's a combined total of 3,157 ballots that were over capacity, over 3,000 over capacity. The ballots need to be treated like cash, and you can see on there that there is no mention. Look at that paper I just gave you. There is no mention of any problems. No mention of overage, no mention of hey, these didn't fit in the box. Were ballots falling out of the boxes? Were they on the floor? Did they get stolen? Where were they? We don't know. Having 3,300 ballots in a drop box designed for 1,500 ballots is impossible, and this needs to be investigated. So recording falsified numbers is against the law according to California Penal Code, Part 1, Title 7, Chapter 4, Section 115. Every person who knowingly offers any false instrument to be filed, registered, or recorded in any public office within this state is guilty of a felony. That's a felony. Right there, the election should be investigated for violation of state law. It's as clear as day that these numbers were bad. There's no machines here. There's no code. There's no computers, nothing. This is just straight how many can fit in a box. A child can understand that. This isn't hard to see. Ms. Hale, Ms. Hale had you certified the election with bad numbers, and she defrauded and lied to each of you doing so. I'm running for Republican Central Committee, and some of you are running for office too. I can't trust this Registrar of Voters office to run a clean election, and neither can you. We demand clean elections. We cannot trust this primary election until something is done about 2022. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Please state your name.
Hello, Molly Watkins. I commend you for suggesting that we do what the letter of the law says, which is 13 boxes. We don't need to do any more, just from the 2 ladies that just spoke. Apparently we don't have good record keeping. So that's the next phase of this. In addition to saving us money from doing 25, 29 boxes, which was the proposal to purchase them, so I'm assuming we have 29 boxes now. Let's do the 13, and let's do chain of custody. Let's find out where the ballots, when they get picked up, when they get to the office, how many are in the package, did any fall out, did they get out of the van, did they not? Note, on the election day when she said they don't know where they went, I was in the building that they were counting the ballots until 1 o'clock in the morning, and oddly enough, all those vehicles were pulled inside. And I said to a gentleman on staff, why are you putting those vehicles in here? Because I think the fire marshal would have been really upset if he knew that, because there are regulations on what can and cannot go in a building. And he said, well, those vehicles bring ballots back and forth, and they're important. We wouldn't want them to be vandalized. Really? That's an odd statement at 1 o'clock in the morning. Didn't you empty them all out of ballots? And they're rental vehicles. So are you really concerned if they're vandalized? Food for thought. Please, 13 boxes. Let's work on the chain of custody. Let's make a good election, honest election, and forthright, doing what we're supposed to do. There's enough ways to cheat. We don't need to make this one helpful to the cheat. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your help. Anyone else who would like to speak? At this time, I will close the public comment forum and bring it back to the board. Any other questions or comments from our Supervisor Rickman?
Thank you, Chairman. How is the chain of custody? I mean, I know I mentioned that before. I mean, treat it like, evidence, going to the law enforcement side now, treat it like evidence. So you have, a chain of custody. If it's picked up from point A, how long does it take to get to point B? And then once we pick up these ballots, are they stored separately? So if you have Dropbox A, is Dropbox A ballot, would you be able to know what ballots came from Dropbox A versus Dropbox B, C, D, and E, and so on?
When we do our raw counts, absolutely. We track that daily. And then I actually have 17 items on a list of securities, and several of them touch on ballots and what we're doing to make it even more robust. Based on the public records, if that's what you're referring to, that was shared here, from what I understand and looking through everything that was offered, there may have been some confusion on how to read the logs, because there's logs done for the first 28 days, and then on election night, it's a different process where we actually use election night workers in teams of 2, because we have to put 25 people, or 25 teams of 2, 50 people out in the field to monitor the boxes, so at 8 o'clock when they get locked. So there's a different form that's handled there, and those folks go through a couple of hour training versus the first 28 days before election day. We actually have couriers in our office that are county temporary staff that go out and bring them back, and there's chain of custody logs. I 100%, and these ladies have been wonderful, because there's been a lot of things brought forward that allows us to be even more robust. And so since then, from what I understand, the one Ripon box, that evening pickup on election night, those gentlemen did not fill their form out properly. So as far as I know, that was the only issue, was what happened and why didn't they fill that out properly, which led to us knowing that we needed to create a better system for chain of custody. And we've actually implemented a process. And if allowed by this board, I'd love to read the 17 security points, if that's okay. I mean, if it's too much, I understand, but I do have that available.
Let's hear it. Go ahead.
Okay, not all of them are, that's just a list. So the office has redesigned to implement tighter measures around ballot processing, including the establishment of a designated observation area for the public. This area is equipped with mirrored dual monitors for all ballot equipment. 4 additional cameras have been installed in ballot processing and storage areas. Ballot reconciliation now takes place under camera surveillance. This involves comparing the scan reports to the written record on the outside of the ballot batch box, followed by sealing of the box under camera before it's moved to ballot storage. To enhance security in the ballot processing rooms, 4 additional card readers have been added. Access to these rooms is limited to a very small list of staff members and is closely monitored. Furthermore, all of these rooms are under 24-hour surveillance. All secure rooms now maintain sign-in logs for all employees who enter them. The ballot on-demand ballot printing room has been completely revamped with HART equipment. Thank you to this board for approving that, which is entirely air-gapped and not connected to the internet or the election management system. Previously, we used ES&S Ballotar, which was connected to the election management system via hardened connection. The election management system has now been configured with 2-factor authentication, ensuring compliance with the code requirements. Additional IT staff member has been added, and a departmental information security officer, known as a DISO, has been designated. We now have a total of 3 IT staff members, up from just 1 in June of 2022. We are utilizing Experian TrueTrace to provide an additional layer of address verification for the voter rolls, in addition to our existing processes. Voter assessment involving 10 or fewer voters are conducted and sent to the sheriff's office to prevent instances where more voters are registered at a specific address than there are residents. Some of these things are from the Shakir Khan case directly that influence this. 2 additional staff members have been added to handle voter roll maintenance. Collaborating with the county team, we've secured county vans. So we used to use rented vans to pick up the ballot boxes from the vote by mail boxes. So those county cars have GPS. These vans will be securely parked at the admin building during this period. We've replaced the old 25 boxes with 25 new ones, all which are we planned outside of what happens today in this meeting, the 24-hour surveillance. We now maintain digital and hard copy tracking of the ballot retrieval chain of custody, so it'll be very clean and concise and easy for the public to digest if there are public records requests post-election. Ballot box retrievers have been provided with specific apparel and identification for easy identification. New equipment has been implemented to automatically date stamp ballots previously done by hand, providing a sequence number to indicate how many ballots were received by each method each day. Signature verification is now a 2-person process with a third check conducted by different staff members in the instance where a signature may be challenged as per code requirements. Those are my 17.
Can you repeat those for me?
Repeat them?
All right.
Yep.
What about what the sheriff stated about having the draw boxes at the polling locations, and that's something you would have to look into?
We'd have to look into it, absolutely. And to share, these boxes are already being installed as we see. We have permanent, I just got the picture of the one in Mountain House at the Community Services District that was installed today. Like, we're moving full steam ahead. These are all scheduled to be installed by February 1st.
All right. And Sheriff, do you have anything else? All right, I'll go ahead and yield my time.
Okay, anyone else? Would you like to make a motion, Supervisor? Oh, see, we have a.
And I agree with Olivia.
Senator Regallo's on the list. Ms. Regallo, please.
If you don't mind.
No, I didn't notice her. Please.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
I wanted to, because I would recommend that we hear from our registrar of voters. I believe have verbal agreements from 21. Correct. Or 21 boxes. And so I think it might, the board, if you knew where the locations would be for those drop boxes, because if the motion is to only do it to what the state is requiring, 13, then I think you might want to know where the 8 that she does have fully executed will be located, plus I think any ones that believe the 3 that you think were coming in. So then at least you'll know where the first 13 are going to be located and not just one district if you are wanting to be,
good idea,
to spread in the community.
Okay. Supervisor Ding.
So go ahead.
So, yes, and thank you. I do appreciate you providing input here. Where are the 9 boxes right now?
Okay, so today Stockton City Hall was installed, Mountain House Community Services District was installed, and Orlando's Market and Linden were installed. The ones that are fully executed and approved at this time are the San Joaquin County Warehouse. We're putting one out there. One at the ROV office here that's going to be installed later this week. And then we have, it's Lodi, but it's Lomeli Gardens off of 99. So we have one located there. Lockford's Young's Payless is confirmed and ready for install. Clement's Country Market, Campo. And then we have those that are coming in quickly. We have another one in Stockton at Stanislaus State University campus, at the Marina Market Center in Stockton, Impresso Coffee in Stockton, Lathrop City Hall in Lathrop, Lorena Marketplace in Lathrop, the Buy Bass Pro Shops at the movie theater in Manteca, Tracy City Hall, Elks Lodge in Tracy, Four Corners Restaurant in Tracy. In Farmington, we have Circle K. In Stockton, the Quail Lakes Shopping Center. And then in Manteca at the City Hall, that was just confirmed this morning from the city clerk. And then this afternoon, we have a meeting with Escalon City Hall at 3:30 to confirm that. So my only 2 remaining as possible were Ripon City Hall and Escalon City Hall.
Okay, back to the question she asked you. The contracts that are, you just went through all your potential sites too. What she asked you is on signed contracts. What do you have?
Okay, so we have Stockton City Hall. We have the Stockton Warehouse, which doesn't require an agreement. The Stockton ROV office, which doesn't require an agreement. Lomeli Gardens in Lodi. Mountain House Community Services District. Linden, Orlando's Market. Lockford, Young's Payless. Clements Country Market, and Acampo Viaggio Winery.
Okay.
That's 9 so far, and then we have 3 agreements that should be coming in today, so it would become 12. I just don't know what those 3 are off the top of my head.
Which means you'd still have to get one more after that. So that's why I'm saying let's
in the minimum
call
13?
it a day at 13. And
okay.
And they all have their agreements. We're just waiting for them to come back. So they are under the impression that they are going to get a box at this point.
I think I'm comfortable with 13, but if you want to make a motion, Supervisor Ding?
Make a motion.
Oh, Supervisor Canova had a question. I'm sorry. Didn't notice him in the queue.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair. So how many of these do we know indoor or outdoor?
They're all outdoor boxes as approved in September. They're all installed outside, curbside with either drive up or walk up or both capabilities. Everything is outside.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
And it is what it is at this point.
Right.
Acting Director, if I make a motion, then no more than the 13, we're going to do the 13 required by the state. Is that the only thing I need? We had addressed 3 other things. I guess we don't need to, since she hasn't actually brought us the grant application for Hava Security for security cameras, we don't need to deal with that, correct?
County Council?
Well, I think
Did you address it? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, let me I took some notes. I want to see if I've captured the content of your proposed motion. It would be that we have 13 drop boxes open during regular business hours, the exception of one of them open 12 hours a day, which I see election law requires. So 12 of the 13 would be open during regular business hours, which the Register of Voters could define probably 9 to 5 or something along those lines. One of the boxes would be open 12 hours a day. We not use the security cameras and therefore cancel the purchase order provided we're allowed to. And then finally, that we have staffing, ununiformed staffing, which is to have minimal contact with voters so as to alleviate any concern about voter interference during the hours that the drop boxes are open. And if possible, if legal, we'll utilize the grant money which has been allocated for security, but irrespective of whether we're able to, we would still provide staffing at those 13 drop boxes. Sorry for being a little long-winded, but I think that was the essence of what you were proposing.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
Okay, we also have a comment from Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. So we're not going to have cameras. Now, Sheriff, I'm going to punt it to you, because this is the way I think, and this is the reason, and if they're not going to be manned, they're going to be out there. So, yeah, we're not going to have, a camera that can focus in on signatures and stuff like that. But discussing the chain of custody. So if you have a drop box and they come in and we isolate each one that comes in, right? So we know which ones, came from mailbox A. Okay, so they come into ROV, mailbox A, you see there's a discrepancy, there's fraudulent and whatever it may be. Now, in order to find out and investigate who was at that mailbox between these time frames, so we have a chain of custody, so we have a time frame of who went to this mailbox. How would you do that without a video camera? We would have no clue who put that in there. At least maybe there's 100 people that dropped off ballots. At least with the camera, we can go back and see who these 100 people were and start an investigation from there. Without cameras, then we have no clue of the identity or anything, who dropped these in these drop boxes, even at the time and so on. Am I reading too much into this? I mean, you're the professional. Tell me.
Well, a camera would definitely tell us that somebody walked up and put something into the box. It won't necessarily tell us what they're putting into the box or how many they're putting into a box. We may or may not be able to identify that person either through facial recognition, putting out to the public, do you recognize this person, or something like that. It would give us the number of people that walked up there, obviously, and had contact with the box. So all that type of obvious information would be gathered. I don't know how much of that information would be beneficial to us to tie who did what, if somebody put something in illegal, whether something was signed or not signed. I don't know how beneficial the information that we would be able to gather would be if we thought someone had done some type of a election fraud, other than if we saw somebody walking up with a bag full of ballots and shoving them in there. Again, we wouldn't know which ballots of that bag they had put in and they hadn't put in.
Right, but at least wouldn't it at least give you an opportunity to talk to somebody? I mean,
yes, if we could identify who that person was, then we could go out and make contact with them and do a follow-up investigation and say, okay, it looked like you had a substantial number of ballots, and we could question them regarding that.
Yeah, and without that, I mean, I just don't see, I don't know. To me, I think cameras are a necessity. It may not solve it. I mean, for example, look at, I think of like a hit and run. How many hit and runs we have in this, I'm just saying this county, but they go unsolved because we don't have any kind of identification except for maybe like a patent transfer or something like that. But how many were solved because of, a camera? Hey, and we've all seen the BOLs and stuff like that, a green Taurus or something like that. And how many cases have been solved because of that? Yeah. I'm just looking at.
I do think cameras are, for whatever reason, in our society today, they are a deterrent.
Right.
People know somebody's watching when you have them. But, I don't know if the ROV just got further information.
I did, but it's not in relation to the cameras specifically. I have two things to share when it's my turn.
All right.
Absolutely.
That's all I had, Sheriff. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Sheriff. Michelle, go ahead.
So two things to keep in mind. One, California State University Stanislaus, that's required by law, so we do have to install that one. I understand we don't have the agreement completed yet, but that is going to have to be installed. And then I wanted to share this code of regulation, and I've talked with council about this, and I'm not saying this in any pompous way. I just want to make sure I read this to you all before your decision's made. 20133, determination of drop-off locations and number of drop boxes. Drop-off locations shall be determined by the county elections official. In determining locations, the election official shall, at minimum, consider concentrations of population, geographic areas, voter convenience, proximity to public transportation, community-based location, security, and available funding. That was A, and then it goes on to say B, staff drop-box locations may include but are not limited to city offices, public libraries, county offices, assisted living, local businesses, and offices of community organizations. And then C, the number of drop-off locations and drop boxes shall be determined by the county's election official. And then the authority is cited by section 12172.5 of the government code and section 10 and 3025 of the elections code. I just wanted to share that. I'm not trying to say I have the right to do whatever. I just wanted to make sure the board's aware of that information and that all of that was taken into consideration as we launched this project.
Thank you for that information. Supervisor Denny, did you want to make a motion?
Yes, motion is stated by council.
Okay, is there a second? Ed, I'm sorry.
Just a point of clarification. I forgot to mention the motion would also include, would be direction for the register of voters to come back with a proposal that incorporates the various things we said. There will be, it is necessary that she come back with a concrete proposal, and that's what's been agendized.
Great. Is there a second on the floor? We have a motion, correct?
Yes.
There's a second.
Unfortunately, the speaker outside of this chamber isn't active, so I was unable to hear what County Council brought forward. Could I hear, please?
Sure. I was just clarifying that we've agendized, following discussion, staff is to return to the board with a proposal based upon board directions. So the board direction would not be immediately implemented. It would be the register of voters would come back with a proposal.
Okay. Let me ask you a question then, because there's this thing called an election date that's in 90 days. Okay, or 60 days?
It's 50. It's 50.
Thank God I don't have to run for election this year. My concern is these are things that should have been done months ago. We don't have these drop boxes now. 13, we still have to find another. So your original direction from the board months ago was 25. I'm saying that's unachievable. We're just amending that number from 25. I'm trying to give her a lifeline here. We're asking for 13 rather than the original.
Yeah, and I'm not debating that. I'm just indicating the agenda. The agenda is for her to give direction for the register of voters to come back. My understanding is that her intent would be to come back with a concrete proposal at the next board meeting if the board provides this direction.
So my question is, how do we do this so it's an action item right now so that we can give her direction, go secure those 13 sites and call it a day? Can we do that?
Chairman, I have a question.
I would say it is necessary for her to come back. That's what's been agendized. My assumption would be if the board gives that direction, she will not be sitting on her hands between now and the next board meeting. She'll be moving forward with the board direction.
Okay.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. Just a real quick, brief question. Let's say we were to pare this down so we make sure we're getting 15, let's say 13 to 15 boxes that are secured with cameras, so we know we have eyes on the boxes. Can we accomplish that by the next board meeting, come back so that we have something that's actionable? You're bringing something back to us and that we're approving. I think that meets the spirit of what Supervisor Ding's asking for. Let's not go wide and far. Let's narrow it down a little bit. Let's say, again, 13 to 15 boxes, but they're in secure locations with cameras.
We would be pulling back agreements. So I have 21 circulating agreements. Yeah. So, I mean, we're just going to take the first 13 or 15 that are finalized and that's it. We're not going to take population or any of that stuff into consideration. That's concerning.
That's up to you. You've got a supervisor that's asking to pare it back, and we're looking for security protocol. So just because we put out, and then through the chair, I'll have to ask county council, if we put out an agreement, are we legally bound to fulfill the agreement if we have agreements in the mail? Or can we stop at, let's say, 15 strategically diverse locations based on protocols that meet the spirit of population, need, demand, diversities, and such? So county council, could we stop at 15 if we've identified 15 locations that have cameras and some level of security?
Yeah, through the chair, a few things. First of all, obviously, what you're proposing is different than the motion, just to be clear. To answer your question, my understanding is we could in this circumstance, because my understanding of the license agreements are that it requires both the public entity's signature as well as that of the register of voters, and she doesn't sign it until it comes back. And so my understanding would be until she is fully executed, and she's only fully executed 8 of them, we are not bound by the fact that we've made these proposals. So that answers your question there.
Yes.
The other thing I want to clarify, and the register of voters alluded to it, is it's ultimately under the law her duty and her discretion as to how many boxes to put in, where to put them. So what the board is doing is giving direction to come back with a proposal, but ultimately it's her responsibility and discretion where to put the boxes and how many to put out there. I'm going to guess that she's going to follow the board's direction, but it's ultimately her legal responsibility to make sure she complies with the requirements, take into consider a number of variables, such as population and things of that sort. So I think I answered the question, and maybe more than that.
You have, thank you. And I wanted to be clear because I think we needed to have direction. It seems like we're kind of floating around in uncertainties here. So let's narrow in if we need board direction on what we're looking for.
Michelle, would you have a comment?
I just had something in closing. I just wanted to share that 50,000 voters used drop boxes in 2022. I asked the full board to support my office in the path forward for March. I am willing to take direction and change course as this board desires. But I do ask that for this, that we look at this for November after we've thoroughly prepared for such a change. We're talking staffing plan in 28 days. We're talking a whole change. We've been working on this since September, since the board approval, and we have been moving diligently ever since. Right now, changing the plan puts us in a position where we could potentially fail. I am comfortable in saying that we are going to get the 21 installed. With the situation in Lodi, they voted it down. That's 2 boxes. The city clerk still reached out and asked if they could have a temporary box and not a permanent box. So I know for sure that we will have 21 installed without a doubt. And the other 2 were 2 city halls that were very interested. I really urge the board to give me the opportunity to execute what we already have in plan for March. It wasn't an overnight thing. I heard Supervisor Ding mention that we didn't get a letter to Lodi until December 8th. We actually sent our first letter in September and our next letter in November, and then we reached out again with agreements in December. So there has been a process here. We're not floating as I feel that the board is thinking. And you have my word that 21 can be installed by February 1st as planned.
Okay, the floor still belongs to Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for the clarity that you can get 21 installed. I think what you are aware of is that the board is in charge of San Joaquin County.
Absolutely, 100%.
So we are having a robust conversation. We have members from the public. We have voices that are offline that also speak to us about the concerns or making certain that we're fulfilling obligations in the spirits of law and fair, open, unencumbered elections. So just be crystal clear that everything's adaptable around what the board is going to discuss.
Yep.
So no applause. It's just these are facts. So what we're talking about is a concern of security. And one of the concerns, recommendations, I believe Supervisor Rickman brought it up, others, is if some of the locations, if all of the locations, do all 21 locations have cameras. We've heard the sheriff come up with a great idea that you can make a drop box a polling location, but I also agree with you, in the middle of February, that's going to be rather difficult to get people standing outside for 8, 10, 12 hours. So I understand there's a lot of fluctuations here, a lot coming at you last minute. I'm 100% empathetic, I think that's correct, yeah, empathetic to your situation. The question I have is, if you get in 15 boxes, can we make certain that the location you have, if we meet the minimum of 15, that they have cameras on them? Because I'm not sure that all locations have cameras. So if, to the spirit of what this discussion is, that we're paring it down a little bit, for security purposes, can we meet at least 15 boxes with cameras on them?
Yes, and that's the goal. We actually, ROV is going to rent cameras for every single box that we have installed.
But more money.
It's already budgeted for, we already have it allocated for that.
Okay, so there would be cameras at wherever the boxes are?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, Chair. That's all.
Thank you. Supervisor Ding, you have the floor, and
I'm just...
Okay.
Supervisor Patty, with all due respect, I'm a little frustrated here because we just went over this for the last hour. The reason we said 13 is required by the state is because she only has signed contracts for 9 right now. I'm throwing her a lifeline, okay? I am really, really trying to be nice and not regurgitate half the problems we've got right now. We had problems managing the 25 drop boxes in the last election. I want to make sure we get this one right. I don't want her to spend the next 30 days trying to secure contracts for another 7, 8 drop boxes that we're not even sure how we're going to manage them. The state requires 13. Let's do the 13. By population, because our voter rolls dropped. It dropped to 13 from 14. That's what we're required. All I'm trying to do is simplify this process so we can get to March. Let's just do the 13. The security cameras, what the sheriff was saying is, yeah, it'll, and I'm not going to argue with the 2 cops. I mean, if the sheriff and CHP want cameras, great. But are we doing it to make ourselves feel good, or is there any evidence that you can actually get to enter in the court? You can't read the back of the ballots. If they're dropped in, Then you got to argue in a court of law, well, I dumped those 40 ballots in the box, but it wasn't those 40 that were fraudulent. It's kind of a feel-good measure. And again, besides the $10,000 we spent on these drop boxes, it's more money on cameras, and is there a bang for our buck? So my alternative to the cameras was to put a warm body, just like the polling location the sheriff's talking about. We treat them like the Secretary of State in the code says a drop box location is like a polling place. So let's treat it like a polling place. Let's put a human body there. We get to dictate the hours, because the hours, the Secretary of State guidelines say we get to set the hours other than the one box that we have to have open 12 hours. And we can say, this box is open for 8 hours from blah, 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 blah. In Escalon, it's open, blah, 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 Lockford, what have you. So the cameras, if you want me to remove that conversation, because she hasn't even brought us the grant application forward for the money for the cameras yet, we can just eliminate that conversation altogether. Let's direct her, do the 12 boxes. Let's make sure we got that dialed in so you can spend the next 56 days dialing in the election and not worrying about drop boxes anymore. That's all I'm trying to do.
Thank you. Mr. Reldo.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to clarify, and please correct me if I'm wrong, ROB. So I believe the extra cost for because we rented the surveillance cameras this year, so I believe the extra cost was about $47,000.
That's correct.
That would be for the 21.
That was for that quotes for the 20 was for 25, so it'll be
For
a little
25,
less, yeah.
so it would be less than the $47,000 that they do have budgeted. If you were going to keep both, I'm just letting you know what the costs are.
Thank you for that information. Okay, do we still have a motion on the floor? Is that correct?
My understanding is the motion has not yet been seconded.
Is there a second on Supervisor Ding's motion?
I don't have clarity.
I'm happy to try to succinctly.
Okay, please.
Okay, so my understanding of the motion is that the registered voters come back with a proposal which incorporates the following items. Number one, that there be 13 drop boxes installed, that they be open during regular business hours, presumably approximately 8 hours a day, with the exception of one of them being open 12 hours a day as required by Elections Code, that we not use security cameras and cancel the purchase order which would have rented those security cameras. And then finally, that with respect to the 13 drop boxes, that there be staff present during the operations that is ununiformed and instructed to minimally interact with voters so as to alleviate any concerns of voter interference.
Okay. Is there a second on the floor? Okay.
I'll second it if you guys want to go for a vote on it.
Okay, we have a first and second. We have a vote, please.
Is there, can I ask a question?
Sure, Supervisor Ding, go ahead.
I mean, is there something you want me to remove from the motion to make it more acceptable? I'm trying to figure out what the heartburn. It seems to me like we're all on the. We should all be on the same page. Something here.
Is there something in the motion?
Or former chairman I can do, vice chairman. Having heartburn with.
Supervisor Campbell would like to say a few words.
My thing is, like you said, the shortness amount of time. I know the other concern is hiring people in such a short order. The other thing is they serve a purpose, and if we just willy-nilly say, you know what, we're done with whatever there are, there might be certain areas that are in need of a drop box. You know what I mean, like rural areas. So I mean, because that's what, regardless of what you say, the state of California is mandating certain things. So whether or not it's correct or not, I mean, this is all fine. We wanted video, so yeah, we're going to throw video, $47,000. Now, last minute, we're saying, oh, no, not video, warm body. Well, then is it intimidating for somebody to go there? I mean, we just had a behavioral health board meeting in Lodi at the police department, and people were triggered because it was at a police department. So, I mean, you're not going to please everybody all the time. So, I mean, we've done this, and I mean, I appreciate his wherewithal to put up with the committee and all of these ideas.
Doing after today.
Yeah, I mean, so I mean, that's just my concern, is that we have 59 days, you know what I mean? It is her job, you know what I mean? You can't go into it and then change the rules 60 days before it. I mean, that's just my concern. I mean, there's just so many moving parts, and you know what I mean, all these different lawyers' opinions. I think we stick with what we're doing, and then, like you said, if we want to change it in November, we change it in November. If we have agreements for $47,000 for cameras, I honestly don't know what a body is going to do, because then if you have to leave that box open, what are you going to lock them down for the remainder of the day? They're already outdoors. There's already, I mean, so there's just, in setting the hours and setting the information out for the hours, there's just a lot of moving parts that.
So what if?
That's just right. That's just my opinion. So I mean, I can't support it as now.
Okay.
I mean, I want to support you. I mean, just because.
What if we
can't finish, please? Okay, I yield my time. Thank you.
What if we do this? And I agree with you. We don't want to change. I'm not trying to change the rules. She's only got so much work done. You know, it's like turn in your exam. Time's up. She's got 7 signed contracts or whatever. She has to have 13 by law. She hasn't even gotten to what we need by law. So what I'm trying to do, and I was trying to play nice and throw a lifeline here to her, because you guys originally told her she needed 25 of them, okay? So what I'm saying is we only have 7 right now. Let's direct her. Let's find the 13, nail it down, call it a day, so we can actually spend time on chain of custody, and we can spend time on the election, and not all these drop boxes that really don't matter anymore. So I'm not adding more work. Quite frankly, I'm saying we're going to call it a day at 13. Guess what, kid? You got a 2.5. You don't have to get a 4.0 anymore. We're just going to call it a day.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. So I don't think this is going to carry the vote, so I'm going to pull my second on this. I think we've given advice and thought and sentiment. Supervisor Ding, you know, we've got 60 days out. If she's got agreements out and they can install 5-10 boxes in the next period of time and meet those goals, I don't think this, because it's 60 days out, the ballot boxes don't need to be opened for 28 days until Election Day. So there's more than ample time to get the boxes installed. I wouldn't falter and scrap the system and scrap what we've approved prior just because the agreements aren't in place so the boxes haven't been installed. So, I mean, listen, here's a reality. There are some people, present or not, that are 100% against ballot boxes. They are 100% against doing anything day of the election. We have a system in place, like it or not. We don't have a choice. Now, we did say San Joaquin County, 800,000 people, 21 boxes, 24 boxes. If we had 30 boxes, we are not overpopulating San Joaquin County with voter boxes. If you have a problem with people collecting ballots or dropping them in, then get off your ass, knock on your neighbor's door, collect their ballot, and go be a ballot dropper that drops 10, 12, 15, 20, 50, 250 ballots. Don't complain about the system. Utilize the system to your advantage. Get off your ass and go knock on doors and harvest ballots so that the people in your community are making sure they're getting their vote in, however they're going to vote. So we have a system in place in San Joaquin County in the state of California that allows drop boxes, and we are fighting against it, I think, needlessly. I don't see where the crisis is that there's a box, because there's somebody that will drop if they're not going to go to the ballot box, they're going to go to the mailbox and drop them in. And I understand all the concerns that are brought forward. We want to stop fraud as much as possible where fraud is. And if we got security cameras on the boxes, that's a factor. If we were making sure we have security cameras on all the boxes, I think we're addressing the greatest concern of identifying where the fraud might be. But we know fraud can happen. There's no question about it. Fraud can happen. How do we stop it? I agree there should be voter ID. I agree there should be protocols in place. We don't have that control right now. And I don't know that anything we've discussed today is going to change that. And I really don't think, I agree with Supervisor Canepa, I don't think that we can man the boxes at this point in the middle of February. I don't. This is hiring staff at the polling as it is. But hearing what we've said and all the concerns and respecting completely your engagement on this especially with the voter committee that we have, I believe that our Ms. Hale, I believe Ms. Hale has heard from us the concerns that were brought up. And if it's pared down, if it's met to the spirit of whatever it is, your voice is respected and appreciated and heard. So is those in the public and those that we speak to behind the scenes. So if we want to give Ms. Hale the next board meeting to come back with say, okay, I've heard you loud and clear. And these are the things we can do, including if and as possible, finding some staff that could be present in some of the more condensed populated areas. Possibly, I don't know. But that might be a pathway go for us, Supervisor Ding, if that would satisfy you. But I think
what I'm going to do, if I may, and I respect your opinion, which you just eloquently voiced. That wasn't my concern. I don't know what conversation you're hearing. I was trying to pair. If we can't put the drop boxes, we have 7 right now. Okay, we're 58 days from the election. We haven't even gotten to the 13 yet. Then we have to worry about managing the collection of the ballots and the totals and everything. What I was trying to do is simplify the process. I've been doing this for a year now, okay, and hearing all the problems and concerns. That's why I came to you. I really thought this was going to be a simple day. We're going to take the load off of her. Let's just do the 13 required by the state and call it a day so we can actually make sure that the ballots get voted. I wasn't talking about what the state mandate is. It's 13. I'm not arguing about that. I'm not arguing about anything else. It's like, let's just simplify this thing so that we can make sure we don't have any more problems between now and election day, and we can actually assume, the duty of pulling off an election. It's not about the cost of the box, Chairman or Supervisor. It's about, there's a lot of people involved. This is a lot of process. I'm trying to take this. If we couldn't even get the boxes in by now, how are you going to manage 25 of them? I'm just worried about managing the 12 right now. That's all I was trying to do.
Okay, thank you. I believe you had a motion that died. Is there anyone else who'd like to make another motion? Is there another motion? Okay, then, if we're not going to make another motion, then I have complete faith in Ms. Hell. I think you can get 21 in, correct? And
Yes.
We can leave it as it is. If we want, we can have her come back and give us another update in the next board meeting. But as of right now, we'll leave it. Things are.
Through the chair, I was going to come back February 6th and give you a full update on where we were with the election.
February 6th is perfect, and we're doing great as we said.
And Chairman,
Yes,
real
sir.
quick, Ms. Hale, they're going to have cameras, correct?
Yes.
And just I'll make one quick point is there is usually not a smoking gun that people see in the movies that you look at a piece of film and you get a guilty verdict. The reason crime is solved or, you're going to court is because of old-fashioned police work. We have professionals out there, or men and women of law enforcement, and this would be just another tool to do it. That's all.
Okay, so we'll go forward. We look forward to hearing you on February 6th. Thank you very much. You might as well say that we got item number 3 from the ROV, approve and authorize the register of voters to execute the Help America Vote Act grant agreement with the state of California for the polling place accessibility training program from January 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025 with a maximum amount of $47,101 in grant funding.
So this is just another piece of a HAVA grant that's being offered to us. It's $47,000, $101.44. It's specific to the ROV. It's 100% state and federally funded. There's no private grants or anything involved. I want to make sure that we're clear on that. We're using it to obtain polling place accessibility training for our staff and to survey polling places within San Joaquin County. And so with the Adopt a Poll program and things that we're doing to move forward, it's important to be able to have the resources to go ahead and do surveys on new polling places. I mean, we have about 400 on the books, but it's good to always add to that. So this is what this is for, staff training and the ability to mitigate those polling locations and survey them. There's no new net county costs, and any of the eligible expenses, the ROV will submit documentation to the Secretary of State's office for reimbursement up to the allowed amount.
On the board. None?
So move.
Okay, I'm going to open the public comment first. Public comment is now open. If you'd like to come forward, please come forward.
Hello, Molly Watkins. It may be grant money, but it's still our tax dollars. And is it a good way of spending our money? I'm kind of baffled by that. Kind of goes back to the security cameras that you talked about. Security cameras, footage, 8 hours a day, unless you know where to look, you can't find that issue. The other thing is when those ballots are dropped in the box, they're commingled, and you can't pull them back out. And you can't say that Paul put in 30 ballots. They're in there. Maybe there's 30 ballots in there. But did you drop them, or did she drop them? So, again, is this a good use of funds, even though it's free? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to comment? Okay, I'll close public comment. Bring it back to the board. Any comment from our supervisors or any motions?
Motion to approve receiving.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We have a vote, please.
Through the chair.
Yes.
I just want to make sure, is the motion the recommended motion, which are two parts? One is to approve the HAVA grant, and the second is to authorize the Register of Voters to execute the agreement.
Yes, thank you for the clarity.
Okay. The motion passes 4-0. Thank you, Ms. Hell. And that brings us to, we have a 1:30, so that concludes this afternoon's meeting.
Comments?
Yes, we'll go to board comments. Any board member would like to comment? Any comments? We'll start with Supervisor Ding.
I think Chairman Rickman, again, thank you for your service. You've been a stellar chairman this year. And set the bar. So it's been a pleasure. You also mentioned the passing of Larry Roosdaller. Larry not only helped me in this race for supervisor, but when I made the stupid decision to buy the restaurant, he was one of the first people I called. And for those of you who know Larry, he didn't mince words. He said, "You stupid SOB, you don't know what you're getting into, don't do it." And but then after I decided to do it anyway, just shook his head and lend advice. The Alder Market that he and his wife Kitty ran became kind of a side place where we always met after meetings and talked about our community. But he was nothing but a gentleman. And he will be sorely missed.
Roger Canepa.
Thank you. Yes, my condolences also to the Roosdaller family, and also to the two deputy sheriffs, Jared Estrada and Alex Dietrich, I hope I'm not massacring his name, for a speedy recovery from the accident that they were involved in. Just a shout out. Also, I mean, there was tons of Christmas events. We got to be Santa Claus and give out bikes, and the amount of giving that goes on to our community is really amazing, between nonprofits and church groups, and I was glad to be a part of that. I know I saw posts of all of us in the community. There was too many to name, but at the same time, thank you for voting me vice chair. Chair Rickman, you did an amazing job, and we obviously have big shoes to fill, so I look forward to that. Thank you, and Happy New Year to everybody else going forward, so we will keep up the good work. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, Happy New Year to everybody. Hope you had a good time celebrating that. And I just want to start it off here and give our thoughts and prayers to the Oakland Police Department and the family of Officer Tuan Lee, who was killed in the line of duty December 29th. And so our thoughts and prayers go out to his family, and just a reminder of how dangerous police work is. And also, I know you've probably all seen this on social media, but, the board has sent, a letter to the California Public Utility Commission, the PG&E, the governor's office, and our legislative delegates opposing the rate or protesting the rate increase the PG&E is talking about. So we're looking into that, and we're continue to use all our resources to oppose that rate increase. And that's pretty much it. We had a lot of functions at a lot of events over the holidays, and I agree with Supervisor Canepa that we live in and I mentioned it earlier, we live in a great community, a very giving community. Even though we're a county of almost 800,000 people now, we're still a very close-knit community as a whole. So just want to wish everybody a Happy New Year, and God bless, and congratulations, Chairman Villapudua and our Vice Chair. I'm looking forward to your leadership in the next year, or upcoming year.
Great. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Real briefly, of course, we'll reiterate to the Rustaller family our condolences. Larry Rustaller was, as Supervisor Rustaller, was always fun to watch. Not only was he highly engaged, very smart, businessman's perspective, but he would say that some of the funnest things, like it's like milking a cow through barbed wire. So he'd come up with things that were just funny and stuck with your mind. That when he was looking to get to some common sense solutions there. So great example and great leadership, and I'm glad his name is on our board outside as a supervisor that left an indelible impression on San Joaquin's history and government. Also extending well wishes, I know from all of the board, well wishes and prayers to San Joaquin County Sheriff's Deputy Jared Estrada and Alex Dietrich, who were both injured on an on-duty vehicle accident this past Saturday. Deputy Estrada suffered a broken collarbone and is in training, so he'll be sidelined for a little while. But I know I spoke with the sheriff yesterday. He gave an update, and I know that we were all concerned and asking about that. We did all attend a multitude of Christmas holiday parties and celebrations, and the spirit is definitely alive in San Joaquin County, and very proud to see all of us and all that those in this community have given and continue to give. Looking forward to next week, participating with Supervisor Ding. Will be in water meetings with Metropolitan Water, the evil empire, so to speak, but actually not the case. We're building great friendships with them. They're going to give us a dog and pony show on the actions they're taking to recycle, reuse, invest in their water stability in the Los Angeles County, and we continue to engage in conversations as alternatives to, as we all stand firmly against the tunnel conveyance project. So that'll be next week. We'll come back with a report on that. And lastly, I know we've already given a lot of praise today, but our District Attorney Freitas has invited all of us, and they're doing ongoing meetings in schools talking about the dangers of fentanyl. So that's been highly impactful, and whatever we're doing, we continue to do more. And I appreciate that spirit in all of us. And as far as Supervisor Rickman, we've already said the nice things. Thank God you're out. We're back to some semblance of an ordinance of order. And we don't have to listen to you bloviate endlessly as a chairman, as you aggrandize about yourself before you hit the damn gavel and end a meeting. So looking forward to this next year with all of you. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Point of order, Chair. Yeah. That was less than 5 minutes. You want to go for another 10, 15 like usual?
Well, he can. That's the problem. He can. He can go all day. Yeah. Real fast. I want to thank everyone today. Thank my board members for allowing me to be the chairman of the board, and I promise I'll work hard and keep an open door policy. Supervisor Rickman, thank you for this 2023. You did a great job. And my condolences to the Rustaller family. And I know today is Law Enforcement Day, so I appreciate all the black and blue, everybody in law enforcement who risks their lives every day. And I'm looking forward to a great 2024, and Happy New Year, everyone. Right now, we're going to go to closed session. Is there anything to report?
We may have something to report out, and then, of course, we've got a hearing this afternoon at 1:30 or when we get back.
Okay, do you guys want to do a 20-minute break and then do closed session after the 1:30, or do you want to do?
I don't anticipate it to be very long. I think we might be able to get through it in 20 minutes, although some of it's labor, and I don't know how long the labor discussion is.
Would you say we just take a 20-minute break and do closed session after the 1:30? Let's do that. Okay, great. We'll see you in closed session. We'll see you at 1:30 back here. Okay, I know. I know.
Lock the doors. We'll be back at 1:30.
So
Good afternoon. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Today we have one item, community development, a public hearing on appeal by Craig Thompson versus Jeffrey Thompson regarding the use permit PA-2000012. Good afternoon, Corinne. When you're ready.
Hi, good afternoon. Corinne King, Deputy Director of Planning. I have Principal Planner Megan Aguirre here to provide a presentation.
Great, thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. This is an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of use permit number PA 2012 to establish a small 33,760 square foot winery in 2 phases over 5 years. 121 annual events are proposed, some of which will include outdoor amplified sound. The project site is located at the eastern end of an access easement on the east side of North Davis Road, approximately 1 mile north of West Woodbridge Road, northwest of both the city of Lodi and the community of Woodbridge. The project parcels, which are outlined in fuchsia, contain general plan designations of resource conservation and general agriculture, and are zoned general agriculture with the 40-acre minimum. Because project improvements will bisect property lines, the applicant will be required to submit a merger or lot line adjustment application to ensure that all winery improvements are located on a single legal lot. This is an aerial overview of the project site. The yellow star indicates the pond around which the winery is proposed to be constructed, while the dashed white line indicates the approximate location of the access easement that leads to North Davis Road. The 20-foot wide, 2,600-foot long access easement crosses property owned by the appellants, Craig V. Thompson and Jeffrey D. Thompson, as well as property owned by Lance A. Perovich Trust et al. And the Woodbridge Irrigation District. The applicant is proposing to improve the access road to the full 20-foot width of the easement, which is less than the development title requirement. This request was reviewed in consultation with the Deputy Fire Warden and Woodbridge Fire Prevention Officer prior to the Planning Commission's approval of the project. This is a site plan depicting the proposed winery layout, which is centered around the existing pond. The multi-purpose building and outdoor event area are proposed on the north side of the pond. The tasting room is proposed on the east side of the pond, and the production building with the covered crush pad is proposed on the south side of the pond. The appellants first state that the initial study prepared for the CEQA review did not properly address vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, and that use of the screening threshold for VMT was incorrectly applied. However, AMG prepared a VMT analysis to address CEQA requirements, which came to the same conclusion as the initial study. Both determined that based on estimated average daily trips, the project could be assumed to have a less than significant impact on VMT. The Department of Public Works reviewed AMG's analysis and then performed their own analysis of VMT that also concluded the project would have a less than significant impact on VMT. As a result, no further analysis or mitigation measures are required. Secondly, the appellants state that the existing access easement was not meant to be used for the amount of traffic expected with the winery. However, none of the legal descriptions for the easement put any restrictions on its use. The appellants also list other issues that they are concerned about. These issues are discussed in the Planning Commission staff report and the board letter. They are also addressed in the conditions of approval and will be reviewed during the building permit process. In addition to the appeal application, the appellants submitted several more documents to the clerk of the board on December 8th. Although these documents were submitted with limited context, staff believes that they were previously produced by our department in response to a California Public Records Act request and do not raise new issues or affect the recommendation. These photos were taken looking easterly towards the existing access easement. Both photos depict the Woodbridge Irrigation District's canal located on the south side of the easement and visible on the right side of the photos. The top photo depicts the oak tree that is located partially within the easement. The bottom photo is taken in front of the Thompson property where the existing landscape encroaches into the easement. Both the tree and the landscaping will be removed when the access easement is constructed to the full width. As a note, it was discovered that the resolution had an incorrect date
An updated resolution has already been sent to the clerk of the board. Therefore, it is recommended that the Board of Supervisors deny the appeal of Craig V. Thompson and Jeffrey D. Thompson and uphold the Planning Commission's approval of use permit number PA 2012. Thank you. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you for that report. Any questions from the board? I see none. I will open the public hearing at this moment. If you please come forward, you have 3 minutes. Anyone like to speak on behalf of the appeal?
Supervisors. Yes, sir. Timothy Kasuni, I represent the appellant, the Thompson family. I understand I have 3 minutes.
Yes. Well,
appellant, can I have?
Go ahead and start, and we'll figure it out.
All right. Can I have 5 as the appellant?
Let's start with 5.
Thank you. Appreciate that. There's several fatal flaws with this project. I don't think the Thompson family has an issue conceptually with a commercial wine facility. Problem here, all of you Board of Supervisors really need to understand, the sole means of access to this is through a road that is owned by my clients. That road is subject to an easement for roadway purposes that was created 100 years ago. It was not created to handle a 10,000-fold increase in traffic. That's called a surcharge. It's a legal issue. There's 100 years of case authority on that. I cited to it in our appeal letter. I'll just read you a highlight. And it's a little disappointing, frankly, that the county counsel's office doesn't do any independent analysis of our surcharge legal issue. They simply seem to assume, well, there's an easement, so we're going to grant the project. There's got to be a little bit more digging on the part of the county counsel's office. What we point out in our appeal letter is, quote, and this is the legal standard, quote, the owner of an easement cannot change or increase the use of the easement in any manner that imposes a new or greater burden on the servient tenement without the consent of the servient owner. Servient tenement is the Thompson family. Dominant tenement is the project applicant. There really needs to be a more in-depth analysis of this. It's going to head to litigation because we're not going to idly sit by and see 10,000-fold increase in traffic. Your staff has indicated 121 annual events. That's every 3 days. How is this road supposed to support that? It can't. My clients will be presenting some additional photographic information to show some discrepancies in the photograph that was provided to you a few minutes ago. So the surcharge is issue number 1. The traffic study is fatally flawed because it didn't assess the traffic impact on the road easement. It simply assessed traffic impacts on nearby arterial highways. That's a fatal flaw just as a matter of law on the negative declaration. We point that out in detail in our letter of May 15th. I want to encourage the board to review that. This is another CEQA issue as well, which is noise. And I'd like to point out the noise study was improper. It used as a baseline for existing conditions ambient noise measurements taken at 2 locations on the east and west perimeter of the project site. Then it modeled potential noise level at the receptor sites near the residence on the Thompson property. By measuring impacts at a different location than where baseline levels were measured, impacts may appear deceptively diminished if, for example, the ambient noise levels measured at the project site were louder than ambient levels at the receptor sites. The noise study concludes that the project will not have significant effects because the noise measurements taken and modeled do not indicate project noise will exceed the noise level standards outlined in the county's regulations. However, in addition to using misleading baseline information leading to unreliable data, the noise study also used as its only metric an absolute
numerical noise limit in concluding impacts were not significant. There's a case, King and Gardner Farms versus County of Kern, a 2020 case, Court of Appeal case, that held that noise impacts cannot be analyzed solely against an absolute numerical limit without considering increases over ambient levels in the various affected settings. I'd also like to point out that there's a serious issue about this. I don't know, it's not a variance. The county appears to have just unilaterally determined that we're going to allow a reduction of the 25-foot requirement to 20 feet. There's nothing that I've seen in the record, and my staff previously forwarded to all of you, all the Public Record Act documents. They're all in the records that we received, and I reviewed those to try to find anywhere where this applicant formally submitted a modification to the 25-foot requirement. I didn't see it. And in fact, there's an email chain I got. This was in August of last year, August of 2023. And Ms. Goulart with the county says, "We are waiting on your written request that we are to send a file. Time is short. Can you get that to me tomorrow, please?" And this is April 17th, 2023. April 14th, 2023, Megan Aguirre, and I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing Megan's last name, wrote to Brett Jolly, the attorney for the project applicant. "Brett, I believe you or John were going to write up a request to reduce the required access driveway width from 25 feet to the requested width to go with the visual diagram." And I haven't seen that in the documents that I got. So even assuming that a modification to 25 feet is appropriate, I don't see that a formal request was made, and I don't see that the director of the planning commission or the zoning administrator formally approved the modification. Even if there was an approval of the modification, which is referred to in the staff report just in conclusory terms, that they're modifying it from 25 feet to 20 feet, you have to have findings to support the modification. I don't see any findings. There's none in the staff report at all. And there's a case, Topanga Canyon. Mr. Jolly, I'm sure, is familiar with it. Some of you might be familiar with it. But in the Topanga Canyon case, Court of Appeal held probably 30 years ago, you have to have sufficient findings to support conclusions. That wasn't done. That's Topanga Canyon. Actually, it's a 1974 case of 50 years. Topanga requires adjudicatory or quasi-judicial actions taken by a municipality to be supported by findings explaining the decision-making body's analysis. That wasn't done. Now I'm going to go one step further on this issue of the modification of 25 feet to 20 feet. The chapter in the code that even allows for that kind of a modification is a chapter, prior chapter 9-1015. I believe the code's been modified. The numbering might be different. But my understanding, that's the code in effect at the time this application was submitted. Chapter 9-1015, that was cited in the staff report as a justification to reduce the width by 5 feet. That's for parking and loading. That's for a driveway access on the property itself for a modification from 25 feet to 20 feet. It's not for a 2,000-foot stretch of a road that leads into the project that the applicant doesn't even own. It's subject to an easement, and as I said early on, that easement is not sufficient to support 100 events a year. It's a surcharge, and that's a whole separate legal issue. As I said, I would have hoped the county council would have investigated that a little bit further. Further on this reduction of 25 feet to 5 feet, I want to point out that even assuming that an application was properly submitted for that reduction, there's only limited circumstances in which a reduction could be made. 9-1015.9 is titled, and again, this is, I think, the prior numbering of the code, Modification of Requirements. It says the requirements, quote, the requirements of this chapter may be modified by the director in cases in which, due to the unusual nature of the establishment proposed or the development proposal submitted for it, the requirements set forth herein may be considered insufficient or excessive. And then it says, in making the decision, the director may consider the existence of special transit incentives and services, carpooling programs, and significant use of pedestrian and bicycle access. None of those three things have any remote relationship to the reduction here. None of those three items were cited in the staff report. I've seen nothing in the Public Record Act documents that I received that cited any one of those three factors as justification for narrowing this from 25 feet to 20 feet. And that's the applicant's burden, and it's also the staff's burden to comply with this language that is the sole rationale for modification from 25 to 20 feet. And again, that even assumes arguendo that the 2,000-foot road is a driveway for purposes of this project. It's not. Driveways would have to be the driveway on the property owned by the applicant. There is also an issue related to, I understand that, I believe at the last Planning Commission hearing, Ms. Jolly had recused herself from this, any input on this project. I understand Mr. Jolly and Ms. Jolly are married. I think there's a conflict there. I'll have one of my other clients will present more detail on that, but there's a clear issue as to a conflict of interest. I don't know when Ms. Jolly recused herself. I know that there are some emails in here that I got where she was involved in the process, but that would raise, if not an actual conflict, then at least an appearance of a conflict. That is a concern. With that, members of the Board of Supervisors, I appreciate your time indulgence. I will be happy to answer any further questions now or at the conclusion of all of the speakers in opposition to the project. We would urge that the appeal be granted, or in the alternative, there's a lot more work to be done. I's have not been dotted, T's have not been crossed, and I've highlighted a few of the major problems with this. There's additional material in my written synopsis of May 15, 2023 that is with the board and as part of the record, as well as public record documents that I received that were emailed to each of you through my staff about a month or so ago. At a minimum, it needs to be continued so this can be fully thought out and the legal and factual errors I just recounted corrected. Thank you for your time.
Okay, any questions? Gentlemen? And none? Okay, thank you, sir. Oh, we have one question for you.
You actually had me at hello until you got to Jennifer Jolly, who I find to be one of the most upstanding staff members, who has always told me where there was a conflict, so I'd be careful on that section there. On the easement that was established in 1930, what was the it's Thompson property, right?
Correct, it's on the Thompson.
The easement was issued in 1930 for what? Because of the canal? Why was the...
It was for access to the predecessor owner of the applicant's property.
It was what, ag? Just straight ag at that time?
Straight ag, correct.
Is it the only access point to that property, is that easement?
That is, well, I believe that's the only access point, but it is, for purposes of this project, it is conceded by staff that that is the access route, the easement road to this facility.
Okay, all right.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else who would like to speak on behalf of the appellant?
Good afternoon, Chairman Villapadua and supervisors. My name's Joshua Thompson. I'm a 6th-generation farmer on our family's land. And, been here almost as long as San Joaquin County itself. There are a number of issues with using the proposed location for this project, and a multitude of ways it would negatively impact our business, our livelihood, way of life, and potentially the safety of anyone who uses our driveway. But given that time is limited, I just want to focus on the inappropriate and ethically dubious path that we are trying to take to cut corners and sneak through that modification that is inappropriate in this application. Reduction.
Excuse me, Mr. Thompson, can you speak more directly in the mic?
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Thank
Apologies.
You. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Gets a lot louder when you're closer. Okay, but given the time is limited, I want to focus on the inappropriate application of the modification process that they're applying for the reduction in required access width, rather than making the proper arrangements or acquiring the necessary rights that they should have to get that. This is all from the prior version, because it was filed during that, as Tim mentioned. So from the prior one, it's from the parking and loading section, and the intent of that is stated on the first portion of that chapter. It says, the intent of the chapter is to regulate parking and loading in order to lessen traffic congestion and contribute to public safety by providing sufficient on-site areas for the maneuvering and parking of motor vehicles that are attracted to and generated by land uses within San Joaquin County. The specific rule, wording is under 101.5.5, the design of parking areas, and it's H1, so it's the access to parking areas. And access driveways shall have a width of no less than 25 feet for two-way aisles, which is what we're talking about, and 16 feet for one-way aisles if they're each like one way in, one way out, except that in no case shall driveways be designated as a fire department access be less than 20 feet wide. So that 20-foot wide is only if you have two one-way entrances and one is designated as such. So having a fire department come out and look, that's all they're going to care about, is that they see, oh yeah, 20 feet, that's fine. But they're not going up to the full county standards for this new development requirement. So the next portion is the modification requirements in that same chapter, which covers modifications in this chapter. So Tim kind of covered this already too, but the requirements may be modified by the director in cases which, due to the unusual nature of the establishment proposed or the development proposal submitted for it, the requirements set forth herein may be considered insufficient or excessive. But it then specifies that in making the decision, the director may consider the existence of special transit incentives and services, carpooling programs, and significant use of pedestrian and bicycle access. Those all would imply directly that it applies to the number of parking spaces. That is explicitly listed in the Mountain House Appendix. For they actually say the reduction of specified minimums only applies to number of parking spaces, but that's clearly the implication here as well. It doesn't say anything about the access way. If anything, maybe it needs to be wider if you're going to have a bunch of bicycle access, but it just doesn't apply here. The modification is not an appropriate way to try to squeeze this into a 20-foot easement, just because out of convenience, they don't have a 25-foot access road. The director in this instance is Brett Jolly's wife, Jennifer Jolly, and I can't say, I'm not accusing them of doing anything inappropriate, but how can we as private citizens have faith that we got a fair shot and fair consideration that this was really given a good look over and considered? Because in the San Joaquin County Code of Ethics, it says that it's for that to ensure their independence and impartiality on behalf of the common good and compliance with conflict of interest laws, all county officials shall use their best efforts to refrain from creating an appearance of impropriety in their actions and decisions. No county official shall engage in any business, transaction, or activity or have financial interest, which is there, which is in conflict with a proper discharge of official duties, which would tend to impair the independence of judgment or action in the performance of official duties, or which creates the appearance of such conflict. So, and I'm not accusing them of anything, but it's a matter of having faith that we got our fair shot, and it certainly can create the appearance, if you're looking at it, that when they're using this small modification process and misapplying it, is that out of some sort of favoritism or looking the other way? We don't know. Or is it just like a misapplication on accident? I don't know. But as is, they simply don't have the room required for a project of this nature, for the access to be safe with a canal right next to it and then right up with no shoulder. It's just, with one disabled vehicle, it could shut down the whole access for emergency. So please just don't circumvent the rules as written, and don't give them a special privilege here. It's not fair to us. It's not fair to the other wineries and businesses that have gone and done all the legwork to get the appropriate permits or rights to get things done. And that's it for now. Thank you for your considerations.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Anyone else on behalf of the appellant would like to speak? Thank you.
Would you guys, I printed out the rules. I have one copy if you guys wanted to look at it.
You can give it to the clerk of the board. Thank you.
Chairman, supervisors, please forgive me. I may also not be able to make the time limit.
No, actually, no time limit. Speak as long as you need to, sir.
My name is Craig Thompson. My permanent address and farming base of operations is 21030 North Davis Road. Our family has farmed this property for generations. We farm for ourselves and family members. We also machine harvest grapes for our family and other growers in the community. I've personally farmed for over 4 decades. I'm happy to see Lodi's growing boutique wine business, and I do support hospitality events as a way to build positive relationships between agriculture and the general public. We must do the Winery Event Center thing diligently. It's controversial and things can go wrong. Event activities can become a nuisance to neighbors and community. Napa County residents got fed up and prohibited many activities, including weddings, from being hosted at wineries. Let's not fuel winery event center trolls by taking shortcuts. My family and I are contesting both the adequacy of design and the appropriateness of the use of the access right-of-way. We are here today to contest the proposal to approve a narrow 20-foot right-of-way. It is not wide enough to serve hundreds of cars arriving safely and smoothly in time for dozens of events per year. The proposed project would bring hundreds of strangers in below our ranch house bedroom windows and near our farm shop and equipment. There's no question that this change of use would bring detriment to our living and farming as our family has over 160 years. With only 20 feet of easement width, a single disabled car near the center line can block travel in both directions of the road. An accident could cause a nearly half-mile-long backup that could block both lanes of Davis Road with people waiting to turn in. This means that the applicant's facility might have no means to get emergency facilities like a fire truck, ambulance, or tow truck to the far side of a collision without going outside of the 20-foot easement. That is the kind of tragic vulnerability that the applicant proposes to build into the design of this facility's entrance. It's very hard for a single vehicle to block 25 feet and a wider path, and that's why roads have shoulders beyond the paved portion. It's a place to go around problems. Under the current proposal, we can expect traffic problems to become our problems. I have asked, are there any Lodi area wineries that either have only one entrance that is less than 25 feet wide, or don't have two ways in and out with at least one of those driveways at least 20 feet wide? The answer is always no. Oak Farms is somewhat comparable. I see only one way in or out over an 860-foot length of private easement before connecting to DeVries Road. Their pavement is almost 24 feet wide and a wide packed shoulder beyond that. It is a cautionary tale, though, as the person who lived in the house next to the easement suffered intolerable troubles with late night noise, lights, and Oak Farm guests parking in front of his home. That issue was resolved when Oak Farms paid the resident handsomely to leave and live elsewhere. Jesse's Grove maintains 3 access driveways and keeps one way. It works very smoothly. While Viaggio is situated on a narrowly paved Taddy Road with only 18 feet of pavement, they enjoy packed, unpaved shoulder with plenty of room to get around problems. Cars and emergency service vehicles can access that location from 2 directions. Viaggio also has a second driveway connecting to Taddy Road. I believe a lengthy 20-foot wide single access easement is unprecedented for winery event centers in our area. The deficiency of entitlement was known from the beginning, and we should not be coerced into providing this special privilege just because they did not acquire a wide enough easement or a second access to public roads when they originally purchased the property. I have asked, as a negotiation starting point, please find comparable situations where they worked through this process. The applicant's counsel flaunted my request. If there are no comparable examples, we should be extra cautious. I do not know if the applicant has a plan for access beyond paving edge to edge. They would have to tear out 70-year-old hedge and rose garden my grandfather planted and make a mess of the canal. There's no maintenance agreement or conflict resolution framework even suggested so far. So here's my asks to the Honorable Board of Supervisors. What I would wish to hear from you is for you to say, this project may be precedent setting. We need to do it right and in a manner that is beyond reproach, or not do it at all. We see some problems here, and you need to go back and work this out with your neighbors. We find a comparable working example to learn from. Wise. Let's not invent and experiment on hundreds of cars and guests trying not to be late for a wedding. This is not a done deal. The access plan should have been worked out on the front end of this project, not as a cleanup detail on the back end. While there is a lot of potential good about this project, we're asking the applicants need to take the access road seriously and find a mutually workable solution with your neighbors before you proceed. It's been suggested we're intransient. No, I think we're reasonable, but there are a number of difficult issues to deal with. And I didn't include this in my discussion, in my initial writing, but the point we bring up about the appearance of conflict of interest, I was asked to be impaneled on a jury that was one farmer against several farmers. And when the judge came up and he asked me, he said, do you have any reasons you don't think you can serve? I said, I think I can be fair. But the plaintiff in the case needs to know that it's fair for him. And it would become apparent that I'm friends with all these guys and I don't know this guy. So he may not feel like he got a fair shake. I'm not suggesting anything's wrong. There can be a lot of good that can come out of a family working together towards means. But it does mean we got to do this right and beyond reproach. Gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else like to speak?
Good afternoon, supervisors. I appreciate your giving us the time to speak with you. I'm Jeffrey Thompson. I'm Craig's brother. I'm a native son of San Joaquin County, lived here all my life, lived in the home that's on the road that we're concerned about for many years in my life. I openly acknowledge that I'm not living there now. Before addressing this appeal, I want to just make sure that I thank all of you for your public service in local government. The role you play as supervisors is essential to governance in our communities, and I would be remiss not to thank you for that. Before I proceed with my very brief statement, I'd like to share with you and explain to you this handout, which I think has been given to you by the clerk, just so you have a perspective of this road and the conditions that exist today. Now, we'll start with the first page, and the key elements that I want you to observe on this are the X's, the crosshairs that exist in the center of each of these pictures. The crosshairs in the center of the top picture, I'm sorry I can't project this, represent the southern boundary of the easement. And you will note that that southern boundary is in the canal by about 6 feet. So there's going to have to be substantial improvement and negotiation and work with Woodbridge Irrigation District to mitigate the impact of the location of the easement on the south side. Now, if you look at the bottom picture, the crosshairs represent the northern boundary of the easement. So you have 20 feet between the southern and northern boundary of the easement. I just want you to have an image or a picture of this. You will note that on the southern boundary, they are advocating for removal of a incredibly beautiful heritage oak tree. It breaks my heart to think that that oak tree may have to come out. On the northern boundary, represented by the bottom picture, you have very little space between the easement and the vineyard. And informally, that's been used as the passing lane or the lane where people pull off. That's not going to be practical when this road is developed for the project that's being proposed. Now, if you would please, turn to the second page. The yellow lines represent the continuation of the boundary. The picture on the left, you'll see the yellow line, which is on the far left, is the easement. And again, you can see that it's within the canal. But the yellow line on the right of the left picture represents the easement, and you can see how it impacts our family's landscaping. And the right-hand picture also does that. Now, one last picture, and then I'm going to leave the pictures. I'd like you to turn to the last page and see one of the major challenges we have here. On the last page, we have pictures taken during a wet winter season. And you can see that we have a major drainage problem, which obviously will have to be factored into this entire project and resolved. So I just wanted you to have a visual image of what we're dealing with this easement. And it's half a mile we're talking about. Now, I'll just conclude with my brief statement, gentlemen. As a native son of our county and one of the property owners for this half-mile 20-foot road easement proposed for the only access to the California Reserve Winery and Event Center, the road easement was created over 100 years ago by my grandmother, Bessie Shin Dietert, and her brother, Elmer John Shin, to allow access to family properties. Back then, basically, the kids were separating or dividing the properties, subdividing the properties between family members. And they wanted to make sure that at that time, the family members could get back to successfully farm or live on their properties. And so that was the sole purpose of that particular easement at that time. I'm confident that my ancestors never envisioned that this private road would someday become a public road to support a commercial business with an estimated 110 vehicle trips per day. Just no way. I know my grandmother, and I know that's never something that she would have supported. You know, it's my understanding the county normally requires access roads like this road to be 25 feet wide. Well, I'm not going to belabor the point. You've already heard that. I think it's very important that we understand how this can be legally justified, the waiver or the omission of the 25-foot road, which creates some serious issues. This is the only road serving that area. I want to emphasize that. If there were multiple access points, and my brother Craig illustrated several of the different wineries that have done that, then we would concede that perhaps the 20-foot wide easement would be appropriate. But we're creating a situation here which, like my brother said, is to our knowledge, unprecedented and creates a hazardous condition that needs to be reconsidered. We strongly object to the extra burden that's being created by this proposed use, which really becomes a public use. The potential disruption of our farming operations and the potential safety issues associated with an inadequate road. Supervisors, one of the things I'm proud to say is that I'm a Rotarian. As a Rotarian, and maybe many of you may be familiar with this, I endeavor to practice what is known as the four-way test. Very simple. This is what we apply in our personal life and our business life. The things we think, say, or do, is it the truth? Is it fair to all concerned? Will it build goodwill and better fellowship? And finally, will it be beneficial to all concerned? I ask you to consider these ideals and use common sense when you evaluate where we go forward with this particular project and our appeal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak? On behalf of the appellant. None? Okay, proponents, please come forward.
Good afternoon, Chair Villapudua and members of the board. Brett Jolly, counsel for the applicant, 157 California Reserve. I'm joined today by Principal Celia Hung, who's in the audience, and John Vieira of NJA Architecture in Lodi, the project architect and the design master for this project. Supervisor Villapudua, congratulations to you on being elected to chair of the board this morning.
Thank you.
Now, I got to warn you, I have it on good authority that Chairman Patty is looking to put forward a rule that the chair has to buy lunch for the board every Tuesday. So be careful what you ask for.
No doubt.
I'd like to thank Deputy Director King and Principal Planner Aguirre for their hard work on this. This has been a long, ongoing project. It's been in the application process for over 2 years, perhaps 3 at this point. And they and the staff below them have worked diligently to try to bring the best project forward, working with us to try to address many of the concerns that have been raised by the applicant. So great credit goes to them. I want to give a little bit of background on the winery. Those of you that remember Paul Harvey will remember Paul Harvey would always give the rest of the story. I'm going to try to give the rest of the story from what we heard in that initial presentation. So my client, Celia Hung, is the owner and resident of the property, and her company, 157 Cal Reserve, is the applicant for this. Ms. Hung is a UC Davis certified winemaker. She's owned this vineyard for the past 7 years. She wants to make and sell wine from her own crops rather than simply selling her grapes to other winemakers. This is fulfilling a professional and artistic desire that she has had. The Commission and the Planning Commission and this Board of Supervisors have recognized the importance of promoting the county, particularly the Lodi area, as a wine destination. Now, I as an aside, I was listening to oral arguments from the United States Supreme Court this morning on a land use case that's pending there. And in listening to each of the justices ask the questions, you realize that each of them is trying to make decisions and adopt rules of law that balance the rights of many. And although this Board of Supes is far removed from Washington, I realize that this board has the same concerns and responsibilities when considering land use issues in terms of balancing and addressing the concerns of multiple groups and constituents. This is not a simple or easy task, so I thank each of you for the effort that you put into this. Now, one example of this is the county's wine ordinance that exemplifies that balanced deliberative decision-making. That wine ordinance was enacted over a substantial period of research and consultation with other counties and the industry and stakeholders to try to find an appropriate balance to make sure that wine could be made and marketed in such a way that it would promote the wine industry and allow the property owners of wineries to be able to use that property reasonably, but also to recognize and respect the fact that you have residences and other non-wine businesses in the ag zone and to balance those concerns. In this case, I do want to note that there were some statements in the appeal or by the appellants and their representatives about the need to delay this so the parties can engage in good faith negotiations or discuss what more can be done. I will tell you, we have been attempting to do this since before the Planning Commission without success. We have repeatedly asked, when they were not represented by council, the appellants to meet and discuss what resolutions we might come up with or changes or modifications to address their concerns. We had one meeting on site in February, but nothing came of that. Once they engaged council, we asked council before the Planning Commission meeting to engage in meet and confer discussions to try to reach resolution. That did not happen. After the appeal was filed, I reached out to their council, and we again went back and forth about trying to make that happen. It didn't happen. When this got scheduled in November, I reached out to their council and said, we're going to the Board of Supes. We'd like to be able to discuss this with you if you're interested. And in December, we talked, and their council said, I'll get back to you sometime in December. I have some ideas I'd like to discuss, and I have yet to hear from him. So the idea that we need to continue this so the parties can engage in negotiations is not genuine. I will tell you this. This is a unique land use situation because the applicant and the appellants, despite what you may hear from their attorneys, they are actually quite friendly and have great respect for one another. And in fact, this is perhaps the only matter I've ever seen in 24 years of doing this that the parties on opposite sides of a land use dispute hugged after a hearing, which happened at the Planning Commission meeting. So there is a great desire and welcomeness from my client to be a good neighbor and to continue to have open communications with the Thompsons about any issues that they have. We've invited that. It hasn't happened. I don't think that's a reason to continue this hearing or this item at this point, but that offer remains open even after this project is approved, should the board make that decision. So let's talk about what it takes to establish a winery in San Joaquin County. The zoning ordinance requires a use permit in the ag zone, which this property is. It requires review under the California Environmental Quality Act, and it requires a public hearing before the Planning Commission. We've gone through that entire process, and the appellants represented essentially the same objections to the Planning Commission, during a lengthy public hearing in May, which resulted in a 5-0 approval of the project. And the Planning Commission found that the winery and the project as presented satisfies all of the regulations and requirements of the winery ordinance. As part of that analysis, there was an environmental review that included a traffic study and noise study. Those documents concluded that the impacts were less than significant as the winery was designed and mitigation measures were incorporated. So there's no basis, legal basis on their appeal to overturn the Planning Commission's approval. I would note a few things to the applicant's credit that I'd like the Commission to consider. One is that my client voluntarily reduced the number of events that were proposed from the original application submittal. And originally, it was proposed to have small accessory events of 80, which is less than 80 persons, 80 times per year. That's been reduced through this application that's been approved by 19% to 65 per year. Additionally, large accessory events that would be less than or equal to 300 persons went from 60 per year to 40, a 33% reduction. We also added a condition at the request of staff that a maximum of one event may be held on any day to cap the number of events in any single day. So if there is a wedding that goes on out there, that is the only event that happens that day. You will not have multiple events on the same day, which are allowed under the winery ordinance. From a legal standpoint, the appeal should be denied, and the two main legal arguments that have been addressed have largely been addressed by staff and in their staff report, so I won't belabor those. I do want to note that with the adequacy of the mitigated negative declaration, that document has addressed an initial appeal statement that I didn't hear today, that vehicle miles traveled or VMT analysis was missing from that document, which is required by law. The traffic consultant has done an analysis and concluded that this project has sufficiently few number of trips that threshold is not triggered, so that need not be considered. And we have to remember that the sole professional traffic analysis done for this project concludes that the project's impacts will be less than significant. And the mitigated negative declaration is supported by substantial evidence. That's your legal standard as the decision maker and fact finder here. The opponents fail to meet their burden to show that it is not supported by substantial evidence, or there's a fair argument that there will be a significant impact that has not been addressed. So from a legal standpoint, they've not met their burden on the traffic issue. In terms of the access easement, the other main issue that they have raised, let me be clear, the easement does not prohibit the use of that easement for a winery or otherwise limit the use of the easement. If we look at the actual easement language, and Supervisor Ding, this goes to a question that you were asking of the appellant earlier. In 1930, Elmer Shin, who was the appellant's grandfather, owned all of the property. And he granted the portion that's now owned by the appellants to, I believe it was Bessie, I'm sorry, their grandmother, who was his, I believe it was his sister, their great aunt. So Elmer granted the portion that they owned to them. When he did that, Elmer reserved for himself a 20-foot easement across Bessie's property. Elmer's property is now the project site. It's owned by the applicant. Bessie's property is now owned by the appellants. This is not a situation where Bessie gave an easement to my client's predecessor. My client's predecessor granted property and reserved that easement for himself, and it is a very broad easement, as is typical. So there are no restrictions under the terms of the easement, and there's no evidence to show that the easement was intended to be restrictive. It is common to see restrictions on grants of easement when that is the intent of the parties. No such evidence exists here. Now, appellants want to get into the weeds and argue that there must have been some intent to limit this, but that's simply not in the record, and that's not something that the board looks at. More pointedly, the board does not act as a court of law to adjudicate rights under an easement. Really, an easement is a private agreement between landowners, the scope of which is adjudicated by the courts, not the Board of Supervisors. The role of the Board of Supervisors as the ultimate planning authority in this county is to look and say, is there legal access to the property? The answer here is yes. There is an unrestricted easement to take access to the property. That's what's required. You do not get into the weeds and say, well, let's figure out a whole bunch of hypotheticals of whether the easement was intended to be limited in scope beyond what's on its face. That's an issue that is ultimately decided, if necessary, by courts, not this board. Regarding the modification of the width, the argument now is there's an emphasis on the fact that this is a 20-foot instead of 25-foot driveway. Staff has looked at this very thoroughly and concluded that it is appropriate for the driveway to be reduced to 20 feet. This is not an arbitrary action that was taken by staff, and in fact there was great consultation with both the local fire department and Deputy Fire Warden Steve Butler. No evidence suggests that the 20-foot wide roadway is too narrow, and in fact, to counter the concerns that were raised of what terrible things could happen if your road is less than 20 feet wide, I'd note that Davis Road, which this driveway fronts on, is actually 22 feet wide stripe to stripe, and that's a 55-mile-an-hour road. We know people go 65 or 70 miles an hour. I don't. I stay at 55, of course, but other people speed. And then Lucas Road, near the property, is actually only 18 feet wide at the paving, which is 2 feet narrower than this private driveway where people would be going 20 to 25 miles an hour would be. So there is not a sky is falling scenario by having a 20-foot wide access driveway instead of 25 feet. And again, that's been thoroughly reviewed and looked at by the fire department. They will make a final determination when building permits are pulled. The fire department will make that determination. They haven't made it yet, but they've done informal review. And it's sufficient that the staff and the planning commission found that it was appropriate to approve that reduction. As far as the heritage oak that was brought up, it was suggested we want to remove a heritage oak. Actually, we don't. There is a heritage oak in the middle or on the very edge of the easement on the canal side that would encroach about 3 feet in, and you would have what's called a pinch point, where the road there would narrow down to about 17 feet. And again, in meetings with the fire department and the fire warden, they have tentatively said, we think that it will be sufficient to leave that there, that it does not pose a safety issue. Our preference would be to leave the oak in the road. If it is required to remove that oak for full access, we are allowed to do that as a matter of law because it is infringing in the rights of way of the easement. And the county has an oak removal mitigation ordinance that requires us to plant alternative oak trees on site to replace the one that comes down, which we are fully prepared to comply with. So that's really a non-issue. Finally, regarding the modification request itself and the procedure that was raised, as for the ad hominem attack on your community development director, as this board is aware, it's been policy since she began working for the county in the year 2000 and I began practicing law in the year 2000 that if I am involved in a project, she is not. She has had no involvement on this project with me. She recuses herself and steps down. So I have dealt only with your staff on this. I can't speak for county staff, but I just want you to know what the policy is for the record once again. And finally, to the extent that the applicant's attorney says that there were never findings made on this or the findings are inadequate, First, I disagree with that in general because we've got findings from the Planning Commission approving this after the public hearing. This is kind of a gotcha issue. They've had 7 months on appeal to raise this, and they raise it for the first time here. That said, even with that, if the Planning Commission did not include adequate findings on that, That's not fatal by any means. It simply means that the board still has the opportunity to do that when it issues a final approval of this. So if the board believes that the 20-foot right-of-way is adequate, it can uphold the Planning Commission decision and may even adopt an additional finding addressing that. So thank you for giving me a liberal amount of time to address all those points. I'll be happy to try to address any questions from the board at this point.
Questions for Mr. Jolly? Okay, we're good. Thank you, Mr. Jolly.
Okay, thank you.
Would the appellant like to refute any of his testimony?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. I have great respect for Mr. Jolly. I think we have a good working relationship. I think that we're always interested in a resolution. I think our wires got crossed. I had left a few messages with Mr. Jolly's office months ago. I didn't get a response. I'm not saying in any way he ignored it. I think it just got lost in translation. So I was thinking, waiting for him to get back to me. We finally connected in December. At that point, I think we both realized, yeah, let's talk, but we're not going to continue this hearing. I doubt he would have agreed to a continuance anyway. So we at least need to get the hearing done. But I don't like being labeled disingenuous with regard to good negotiations. I think that's inaccurate. Also, I don't think anybody on behalf of the Thompson family is making any ad hominem attacks. I think all we were doing is raising an issue of the appearance of impropriety. If we can establish conclusively on the record that Ms. Jolly has had no involvement in this project from day one, we'll take it at face value. There's no ad hominem attacks on any member of the county staff. I want to make that very clear. I wanted to point out a couple of things. 22,000 trips per year. That's not including wine tastings. If Mr. Jolly thinks in court, assuming hypothetically we're in a court of law on the issue of the surcharge of the easement, I would be very skeptical that Mr. Jolly is going to be able to persuasively argue or find any evidence that 100 years ago, the predecessor owners of the Thompson property understood and contemplated 22,000 trips per year as opposed to just having a road for their predecessor owners for their agricultural grape growing business. It's not going to happen. I only bring up the issue of the county council on this because there was no actual thought to consider the issue of a surcharge. We're prepared to do the case. That's really not relevant to the board, other than the fact that I don't think that analysis was really done, and it's not something that it's not a rocket science analysis. It's 22,000 trips per year versus what were the circumstances in the original grant of the easement 100 years ago. I think Mr. Jolly's initial comments about the professional and artistic desire of the applicant for this project, that she's a certified winemaker, that it's helpful to promote the county as a wine destination, I don't take issues with any of those items, and I don't think my clients do either. I think all of those things are very beneficial. And the problem here is my clients have to absorb the burden and the cost of that economic development all out of proportion. What should have happened is the project applicant should have bought a property initially with a design or an intention to have this as sort of a commercial operation, and really done a due diligence first to find out that they can nail down the issue of the access, to analyze the 100-year-old easement, to talk to my clients before you even buy a property. That's the ideal scenario. I don't know if that happened or not, but you've got to put the horse before the cart, not the cart before the horse. So all of these ideals that the project applicant has, I don't think anybody questions that, but it shouldn't be my clients having to bear the brunt for her artistic dream. It's not fair to us. There was mention of an appropriate balance in Mr. Jolly's comments. Sure, there's issues of appropriate balance, but you can't. And one of the elements of that balancing can't be a disproportionate burden on my clients where the scales aren't balancing, they're just completely lopsided. On the issue of the traffic and the noise study, I'm not going to belabor the point. I think the noise, the traffic issues are in detail in my letter. Bottom line is this. The traffic study, it's not even an issue of substantial evidence. The traffic study was legally flawed from the get-go because it didn't consider traffic counts on the easement road. Don't ask me why they didn't do that, but they didn't. So how is that a proper traffic study? And lastly, on the issue of the 25 feet versus the 20 feet, I think that there's some real concerns about even assuming it's 20 feet, you're running right into the irrigation canal. I mean, how is the board supposed to approve a project under those conditions? So the photo that was provided by staff, I think, initially is not quite accurate. And I would encourage the board to really consider the photographs that Jeff Thompson discussed with you. Fire department approval, I'm still a little puzzled. The reason is that there was nothing in the staff report that explained a rationale for the reduction to the 5 feet. In the code section, where there's 3 circumstances that allow for the reduction. There was no analysis of any of the circumstances. I don't know what this fire department approval is. I don't know when it was. I've never seen a formal application by the project applicant to make a 5-foot reduction. So there's real problems there. In any event, that would conclude my comments to the board. I really do think this project either the appeal needs to be granted outright. You can grant the appeal. It's not the end of the line in perpetuity, but I think we've highlighted some real concerns that should give this board pause to deny the appeal at this point. I think it should be granted, and they simply have to work out some of these legal and factual issues. Bottom line is my clients should not be absorbing the cost and the burden for the applicant's artistic dream. She should have planned this better from its inception. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the panel side who would like to speak?
Thank you. You know, as I stand before you, I have to honestly acknowledge that I'm not a planning professional. I'm just a simple guy who happened to work in government myself. I also graduated from UC Davis, and I was an ag teacher as part of my professional career. That being said, when it comes to looking at a project like this, looking at the road issues, I'm just looking at it from a layperson's perspective, from an owner's perspective, someone who happens to have been raised in that property, who ran his go-kart down that road several times as a kid, who ran the go-kart into the thorn bushes right next to it and came out a little bloodied. My point is that the issue around us, quote, negotiating or advocating for some grand plan to mitigate the road is not realistic. We don't have the expertise. That's another burden. Am I supposed to go out now and get an engineer or a designer or somebody to do that. First of all, I want to thank the Sia and her team for inviting Craig and I to take a look at the project a year ago. But at that time, it was a grand vision, and the road was an afterthought. There was never any attention given to the road. If, as our attorney said, part of the grand plan would have amplified or provided us with solutions to resolving the road issue, then perhaps we as property owners next door who are not experts in road development or requirements of the law, I mean, heck, you know, this whole business about 25 feet only has come about because my brother's son did some research. Like I said, we just need help here. You know, we're not in a position. We're not of the same financial means that the developer is. And if you've been in the grape growing business lately, especially after this year, you know that we as farmers right now, our farming businesses are struggling. And we just need some help with this. And I just ask that you seriously consider the fact that we're not here to put down the winery project. I think it's a beautiful project. It may not be in the right place, but it's a beautiful project in the right place because of the issues around access. But I don't want anybody to get the impression that we are opposed to that kind of project. I also need to point out to you that we are not the only owners affected by this. My cousin Lance Pirovich owns part of the right-of-way, and Lance didn't make it today, but you know you are here. I just want to say that it's affecting more than just Craig and I. We happen to be the ones that filed the appeal. That being said, thank you, gentlemen, for listening to us, and I again ask that you please consider this from the well-being of all concerned.
Great. Anyone else? Thank you, sir. Come on down.
My name's Lance Pirovich. I have approximately 25% of that 2,000-foot road. And I have my doubts as to what is really going on here. I feel, and I don't know this for sure, but this developer from Pasadena is going to get the green light on this deal and sell it to some bigger outfit. And that's what I figure is going to happen. So what we have is a ranch out here that's been in the family. John R. Shin, who was my great-great-grandfather, came out here in a covered wagon. He's buried in the Woodbridge in 1867, so that's been a long time ago. My grandmother was Bessie Shin, and it's just always been the Shin Ranch, basically. This developer is also developing a hotel across the street from the old General Mills plant. And I wish I'd have done this, but I read in the Lodi News Sentinel this whole list of what she wanted to do as far as event things. I wish I'd have cut that out and showed it to you, but you know, I think maybe that's on the same deal, you know. It's the green light on it and pawns it off to a bigger outfit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? I should have at least.
Hello, my name's David King. Thank you for letting me speak for a couple of minutes. When you looked at the original views that came up in the opening statements, the aerial view where it said closest residence, that's myself, as well as one of the old houses on the ranch, which is my mother's house. She is 91 years old. My concern is having availability for EMS to be able to get back to those properties during an event. If there's multiple events with 300 people and the road is congested, myself being a retired paramedic would be very pissed if I came upon a way where I could not access the patients. So my only ask is that you keep that in mind. There are other people at the end of that road, and I just want to ask that you keep it open and accessible for EMS. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, this time I will close the public hearing, and we do have some questions from Supervisor Canepa first.
So I just have a few questions. I get it. I mean, you know, you're going back 100 years with an easement. I don't know who owned originally the back property. Was it part of the families that got sold off? So, I mean, obviously when you sell off a piece of property, then you do have to grant the easement. And I understand Mr. Jolly's concerned about, you know what I mean, it's not our purview to decide over an easement, but it is, because in order to get that, if the code says you need 25 feet, where does that 25 feet take you? Is this project even doable with the 25 feet regardless? Somehow that got in the ordinance. So can you explain to that? I just have a few quick questions. One of them is like drainage. So, I mean, usually I'm coming from the city. So if you did this, you would have to do improvements somewhere. So, I mean, at the city, you would improve, you know, an entrance and, you know what I mean, whether it became a traffic problem there. And I don't know how big of studies you do. But the thing that really alarms me is that everyone talks about working together, and there doesn't seem to be working together. So you need something that they have, and that's why you're in front of us. So regardless of who's got what purview over it, you're here asking for something that you need to go forward. You need their easement, and you know what I mean? So, well, you don't, but I mean, you're gonna put, who takes care of drainage, who takes care of upkeep on the road? If you're gonna have 200,000 cars a year, how fair is that not to set up a deal with them to say, hey, what is going to take care of this road, because the traffic up and down it, it's not going down it now, so the upkeep on that road is a whole hell of a lot cheaper than it is once this business is behind it. So those are just things like I had. I mean, obviously, if the family had the acreage, it doesn't come into consideration, but it does, because at one time they sold that. You need to give access to that. Had they intended it to be, you know, 200,000 cars, a winery, who knows? But when you did sell that piece of property to somebody, that's the only way in and out, then that's my consideration. I mean, if you only have one way in and out, somebody sold them that piece of property, then the easement takes on a whole different, you know, I don't know what you would say as far as use. And then I think that's it. So drainage, upkeep, will it work if it doesn't get the less than 25 feet width? And on some of the photos, I couldn't understand on their first one, the crosshair, I just want a clarification. Is that 20 feet or is that 25 feet? That takes them into the irrigation district's property. So I'm going to do it to staff, and if she wants you guys to get up and speak, then she can have that purview, because I don't want a bunch of people arguing back and forth. So those are my concerns.
Okay, I'll do my best to hit them all, and if I miss any, please let me know. As far as the location of the easement, it will be up to the applicant to have an engineer or surveyor come out and spell exactly where that easement is on the ground. If for some reason the neighbors feel like that's not the location of the easement, they would hire their own and it would become a civil issue. But we don't know as planners. I can see that they have a 20-foot wide easement. I don't know if I went out there exactly where on the ground that is. But I do know spelt out in the easement it is 20 feet wide. So starting at one point, measuring across, it's 20 feet wide. So that's how we know it's 20 feet wide. Where exactly it is, engineers or surveyors would come out and actually stake that for them. I'm sorry?
It won't work at 25 feet.
No, the easement itself is only written for 20 feet wide. It says you have a 20-foot wide easement for ingress and egress. That's how we know.
And the line ordinance requires 25 feet?
So our driveway ordinance is 25 feet for two-way traffic. The development title does allow for an exception to that. And we did receive a letter from the applicant asking to reduce it to 20 feet. And we worked with our fire warden, Steve Butler, who had to leave, and the Woodbridge Fire Chief, and they were comfortable with a 20-foot wide driveway or access. For their truck to go one way and even another fire truck to come the other way, 20 feet is acceptable for a fire road, and so they're acceptable with that as two-way traffic.
And with the 17-foot save the tree width?
That will be up to the fire district and Woodbridge Fire to determine if they're still comfortable with their two apparatuses going the opposite direction. So one going in to, deal with the problem and one coming out. That they'll make that determination if it will work or not. If it won't work, it'll have to be 20 feet wide. Okay. And then the applicant will have to bring that road up to standard, up to fire road standard, which will be all your paving, some kind of a slope at the bottom to deal with drainage, all of that. The way the easement looks now will not be acceptable to open operation with your winery. It will have to be upgraded.
Okay, so the standing water and all that, because that could be an absolute nightmare.
It'll have to be addressed, yeah.
Okay. And that's something that would be mitigated further down the road?
That'll be part of the project when they come in for their building permits. That would be part of the project and the grading plans that come in. Building and fire will review those and verify that they are up to fire road standards, including pushing drainage onto neighboring parcels and things like that.
Okay. And then the final question. So one time this was part of the family's, so on each side of the easement, so that it was part of the original family's property back there that got sold off?
I believe so. I believe the easement was in place since 1903 or something like that. So, and it only says it's an easement for ingress and egress. It didn't specifically say it's only for agricultural purposes or some other purpose. Okay. So we worked with county council, and they agreed that it was ingress and egress, which is just kind of open.
Okay, and that's when it takes it out of our hands, because obviously the port issue is outside of the purview of the county. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate Supervisor Canepa asked some of the basic questions we wanted to get from staff, and very informative. Briefly, this application will be going for about 2 to 3 years, is that correct?
Yes, I believe they came in 2020.
And that was prior to our current Director Jolly being director?
Yeah, I don't think she became director until maybe August of 22.
Okay, thank you. Just I want clarity, but I also want to state for the record that our planning commission is appointed by this board. The planning commission is not appointed by the director of community development. They work independent. So there is not a conflict of interest by way of their decisions, because they are independent. And they're independent of us. We don't direct them. We don't have communication that our director wants something, so please pay attention. They're very highly engaged and very studious on the issues that come before them, independent of staff. So the question for clarity is, if you went back in history, is the current property owner the applicant for the winery? They're the ones that actually had senior rights to the road. Is that correct, Mr. Jolly? The way you indicated is that the easement was granted, through the chair. I'd like to have a question for Mr. Jolly.
Absolutely.
The current property owner, that is the applicant for the winery, has perhaps the senior rights to the easement or senior rights to the road itself. How would that work in law?
Yeah. I'll probably use words that will bore most people, except perhaps for Mr. Rickman and Mr. Kiernan. Dominant tenement and servient tenement are terms that we have in easement. The dominant, let's back up. What's an easement? An easement is somebody's right to use another person's property, okay? So my client has a recorded easement, it's called a reservation of easement, to take access across the southern 20 feet of the appellant's property. So she's not the fee owner of that, but she owns an easement, which is a property interest. The person who has the right to take access across someone else's is called the dominant tenement. The property that's burdened by that easement or that has to allow others to come across their property is called the servient tenement. In this case, you had all of the property was owned by Mr. Shin, I believe the great-grandfather of the appellants at one point. And then ultimately it was split up, and in 1930, Mr. Shin's son who had title to all of the property, granted to his sister the property that's currently owned by the appellants. Mr. Shin Jr. retained my client's property for himself. And when he did that, he also did what's called reserving an easement. So he said, sister, I'm going to grant to you this property, but I'm not giving you everything. I'm reserving for myself a 20-foot wide right to access for ingress and egress, no strings attached. I'm just reserving this for myself. So now we're in a situation where my client owns that property that was originally reserved by Mr. Shin and held that easement across it. So it's called a non-exclusive easement, which means not only does my client have the right to use it, but the appellants have the right to use that easement area, which they do, and others who live down the roadway have the right to use that, which they do. My client already has a personal residence where she lives on the project site, so she's been using this easement for the past 8 years as she's lived there. The law of easements can be quite confusing. I don't even know if I've answered your question at this point, Supervisor Patty, but in terms of seniority, my clients have an equal right to use that easement, as do the appellants or other people who are also have property that is served by that easement. So my clients are not junior to the appellants. They have an equal right to use that property. And with respect to the development and maintenance of that easement, the county does require, as a condition of approval of this, that the easement be improved from what it is now. Basically now it's kind of like a 12-foot, 13-foot chip seal road. The obligation is to improve that to a 20-foot wide, all-weather surface, roughly paved or asphalt road for the entire 20-foot width, which my client is doing at her sole cost and expense. It's not getting passed on to anybody else. It's her obligation under the permit, so she's making that improvement at her sole cost and expense. It will also include drainage as required by the county, Supervisor Canepa. That will also be built into the roadway improvements as required by the conditions of approval, as it's improved the county driveway standards at my client's cost. It's actually, when you consider the fact that there's currently a 12, 13-foot old chip seal road going back there, it's going to be improved to a 20-foot wide paved road. It's actually going to provide better access to my client's properties and the couple of other properties that are beyond the appellants than currently exist. They will all benefit from an improved roadway at my client's cost.
And thank you on that. When you talk to the roadway improvement plan, we see in one of the photos, there's one of the wet photos, but there's rows of vineyards that are kind of wet. Would that be the direction that the road would be going? And is that the current applicants for the winery's land?
Yes, and I should say we have actually had a survey conducted out there, and the pictures that were presented today by the appellants are not in line with those, with the actual survey. Those were staked. The line essentially runs right from the edge of where the Woodbridge Irrigation District Canal has been improved to the north. So it actually runs north of where the existing chip seal paving is, and it will be improved to the requirements of county driveway standards. Obviously, flooding, I saw the pictures of flooding. Realistically, you're not going to be going out to a winery in that weather. It's, as happens when we have flooding in the county, sometimes roads get closed, people aren't going to use them. But this project is not going to increase flooding by any means, and it's going to have its own improved drainage system built into the improved easement driveway.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate the answers. So through the chair, for one final question, County Council, based on all of the discussion we've had today, is there anything that raises your concern about the process that we've gone through in the county? Have we circumvented any laws or any process along the way? Have we shown any favoritism? Have we skipped anything that leaves the county vulnerable in our decision here?
Well, I should be clear, this is a quasi-judicial proceeding, and so my role is to advise the board. We've got county counsel, deputy county counsel here who advised the department, and she was in the weeds on the things as opposed to I'm more in a similar situation to what's happening here in terms of I was not advising the department. That caveat aside, no, I've not seen anything which raises concerns that we've not done what is proper and necessary. If my deputy has heard anything, and I don't see her jumping up to say anything, I'm sure she would raise that issue. So the short answer to your question is I'm not seeing a problem, which isn't to say the appellants might not go to court. That is their right, and so it may not be the end of it, but I'm not seeing any particular vulnerabilities.
Okay, great. Yeah, I do appreciate that we are quasi-judicial at this moment, and that's why I wanted to check with you before closing out. Thank you, Chairman. That's all.
Yeah, thank you. Supervisor Dean.
So first off, Supervisor Canepa, this is the first one of these we've done. I've been kind of watching the project. The reason I jumped out of my skin about the Jennifer Jolly comment is I thought Brett was going to disqualify me because Craig's a friend of mine. And I'm sitting there, and then all of a sudden I realize I'm sitting in Mayberry here. I mean, if it wasn't for the Shin family, the Thompson family, the Woods family, I wouldn't be in business. I mean, there would be no Woodbridge. The iconic history of the North and what they created out of nothing is amazing. Brett's not that great of a guitar player. So, it really doesn't, go that way. I was under the impression, though, when you talk about easements, I'm a property rights guy. And I'm sitting there thinking, is this like a railroad easement where it reverts back or whatever? But this is actually a true real property easement that belongs to the applicant and the way I understand it. I would really hope that you two, I would like to adjudicate this as opposed to play supervisor here and work something out. But we can't. We don't do that, right? We just either yes or no? Okay. Okay. Well, my job is it's your property, and that's the way it is. But I really wish, I hope you guys work this out. I do want to see the activity and Craig, I know you've been in full support of, winery and winery ordinances and everything else. But I also want to protect the legacies of our founding fathers here too. So thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Now, who's the servient on this easement? Now,
through the chair, were you asking the question?
Well, whoever. I just kind of put it out there. Who's the servient you mentioned?
Yeah. So the servient tenement is that's owned by the appellants.
Right. Okay, that was my question.
And my client has a dominant tenement right of easement over theirs, as do some other properties.
No, because I know they kept on mentioning surcharge, so it seems like that's one of the main arguments of their case is, being surcharged, that it exceeded the legal scope. My question is this: the easement was for, and this is for anybody. The easement originally was for ingress and egress, to just a house, and maybe one or two cars a day just going to the residence. And now you're looking at approximately 22,000 trips per year. I take it was. So going from 1 or 2 trips per day back in the 30s or whatever, when this easement was originated, to 22,000 trips today, how isn't the scope of the original exceeded? I know there's not a restrictive easement on there or written in the paper, but just common sense kind of.
As I hear you asking the question, Supervisor Rickman, it is because this will provide an increase in vehicle traffic over what was originally occurring in 1930, how is this not a surcharge? Is that,
Yeah, basically. But it doesn't have to be 1930. I mean, you can look at the zoning too, be it just ag versus what is coming now.
And
wouldn't you have to change the easement or be a mutual agreement at a later time?
Yeah, I mean, that might be a legal argument that the appellants would want to advance in court if there were litigation over the scope of the easement. Based on my research, there is a rule of reasonableness. Again, we go back to balancing. And an easement is not subject to the use to which it was initially put. And keep in mind, in 1930, I think Ford was still making the Model T. So, yes, vehicle traffic was different in 1930. But that doesn't automatically mean that the easement itself is locked into whatever was occurring at the point it was created. And you look at what reasonable, foreseeable use of properties are. So this is an easement that was created for properties that this is before zoning even, but these are agricultural properties out in the county. And they remain agricultural counties. We are not asking for a change of zoning. We are asking for an allowed use, subject to a conditional use permit, in the agricultural zone. So it's reasonable to have different agricultural uses out there without saying that has completely blown up the easement. Now, it would be different if we were proposing to put in a shopping center or an industrial factory out there. That would be a change of use from agriculture to a commercial or to retail or to industrial. But here, a winery is an agricultural use. Now, I'll admit it is a more intense agricultural use from a traffic standpoint than, say, a vineyard alone, but that doesn't mean that that somehow negates the ability to continue to use that easement for those unrestricted purposes, and in this case, continuing agricultural purposes for which it was, or which existed at the time it was created.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Then my last, just an observation here, since there has been some talk about that oak tree, I know, and again, I guess this is beyond what we're here for, but I know we had an issue like that at a development in Tracy, in which Sutter Hospital, when they built off of Bessie and Boothman, I believe it is, and there was a big debate of what to do with the oak tree and where to put the property and what they ended up doing. And so it is possible, so for the landowner, instead of just chopping down the tree and killing it, you can dig it up into the bowl and replant a tree of that size. It's been done in Tracy, and you can talk to Sutter Tracy and how they did that. But to see a historic tree like that, if there is some chance to save that tree, I would love to see it happen, and I can pretty much guarantee you the majority of this people in this county, this community, would also like to see that happen, because it can be done. I've seen it. So with that being said, I'll yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? Any motions?
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
I just want to note, with respect to the resolution which the department has proposed to be passed by the board, there is one minor modification. It is in the third paragraph where it says, whereas on December 12, 2023, the Board of Supervisors did conduct a public hearing. That, of course, should be changed to January 9, 2023. I think that was left over from the fact that this was initially scheduled for December 12, 2023. And I think I just misspoke. That should be changed to January 9, 2024.
Okay, well, thank you for that update. Stuart, Patty, we have you back. And is there anyone willing to make a motion in favor or not in favor?
We're ready for a motion?
It's your district, so I was wondering if you want to make a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to deny the application to revoke the permit.
Is there a second?
Deny the appeal, yeah. No, you got a second.
Well, go ahead, County Council. You got a question?
Microphone. If we, staff's recommendation. I'm sorry, just hold everything for a moment through the chair. What's staff's recommendation? And we'll just go with that, please.
So through the chair, staff's recommendation is that the Board of Supervisors deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's approval of use permit number PA 2012.
Okay, so now I make a motion to deny the appeal and uphold the application 2,567,000 zeros or whatever it is. All right, thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
Yeah, we have a first and second. We have a vote, please. Thank you. Okay, we have a motion. It was approved 4-1. Thank you, everyone, for their time today, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Thank you. County Council, we are going to close session. Is there any announcements?
I'm anticipating there may be an announcement coming out of closed session.
Okay, we'll head to closed session.
Testing, testing. Yep.
What do you do?
don't know. It's been 25 years for me. I don't know. I don't offer suggestions. I don't even ask questions. Brianna knows everything. Literally, she's researched everything. She's either on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, Google. So I'm like, oh, it sounds great. Wow, that sounds really good. Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure. I haven't said anything. She's adorable, but I just don't say anything. She's a two. I'm not a baby person, so looking at pictures is sufficient for me. I would literally be sitting there. I don't like to hold babies. I like to look at them and say, oh, hey, she's adorable. There's nothing exciting about that. And that's just my personality. I like kids that I can interact with. And I like preteens. That's my age group. Yeah, I don't like 6-year-olds. They're sassy and yeah. I don't like that age. Oh, well. I mean, yeah, even the cute stuff. Like, I like toddlers, so I like 18 months. I can do that. It is so cool. I don't know what happened in the
Testing, testing. Okay. Okay, reporting out of closed session, we went in at 3:24, we came in at 3:45. With respect to item 2 in closed session, which is Danny Bristow versus Richard Esther et al., United States District Court, Eastern District Court case number 2:17. The rest of CV-02712-CKD. It's in the agenda. The board approved settling that case. Supervisor Canepa made the motion. Supervisor Patty seconded it. The vote was 5-0. The terms of the settlement will be available once the settlement agreement is signed and will be available for inspection at that time. That's it.